We also have simultaneous interpretation service today, and please use channel number 1 for Korean and channel number 2 for English. If you need simultaneous interpretation, please use the simultaneous interpretation receiver and channel number 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English.
통역기는 1번은 한국어, 2번은 영어.
Once again, channel number 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Wook, a researcher at the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage. Nice to meet you, everyone. I would like to first express my deepest gratitude to all the distinguished guests from home and abroad for taking time out of your busy schedules. As part of the 2022 Stone, Wood, Earth ISCARSAH International Expert Workshop, this academic seminar is held to share overseas cases and trends related to the research on the conservation and repair of architectural heritage and to listen to the views of domestic and foreign experts. One quick housekeeping announcement before we start. The academic seminar, which will be held for 2 days from today, will be broadcast live through Zoom and YouTube, and you can ask your questions real time by leaving comments. Also, those online participants watching online, you can set your language setting using the button on the top of your screen. Now let us kickstart the 2022 Stone, Wood, Earth ISCARSAH International Expert Workshop. First, there will be an opening remarks by Director.
Thank you and welcome everyone. I am Yeon-su Kim from National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage. Despite the rainy day, I really appreciate all of you for participating in this event. I sincerely appreciate you for participating 2022 Stone, Wood, Earth ISCARSAH International Expert Workshop Scientific Seminar hosted by CHA of Korea and organized by National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage, ICOMOS-KOREA, and Korea Foundation for the Traditional Architecture and Technology. And I really appreciate the presence of Kang, a Vice Administrator of the CHA, for being with us despite his busy schedule, and also Dr. Song, the President of ICOMOS-KOREA, who has devoted himself to protect and conserve architecture heritage, and also Dr. Görün, Arun, the President of ISCARSAH, who has been leading scientific study on technology and policies to protect the architecture heritage. I also appreciate all the speakers and discussants from home and abroad for participating in this seminar despite the difficulties of COVID-19 situation. With a theme of commonalities and uniqueness in repairing of architecture heritage, the seminar will discuss the principles and criteria for the repair of architecture heritage on the first day and the preservation and repair of modern architecture heritage. The seminar will offer us an opportunity to share international cases of principles of repairing architecture heritage applied and also discuss issues arising from modern architecture being included into the cultural heritage, and we will be able to also talk about the solutions to these issues. I expect the insight to be shared will provide the direction for us for repair and preservation of architecture heritage from 20th century. I wish the seminar and field workshop, all the schedules for this event, be a great success. Lastly, I want to share my deep appreciation to all of you for your deep devotion to preserve, protect, and manage the cultural heritage. Thank you.
네,
Yes, that was an opening remarks by Director General Kim Yeon-su of the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage. Next, I would like to invite Vice Administrator Kang Gyeong-hwan of the Cultural Heritage Administration for his welcoming remarks.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am Kang Gyeong-hwan, Vice Administrator of the Cultural Heritage Administration. I would like to sincerely welcome distinguished guests, presenters, panelists, and all those who participated through pre-registration to the 2022 Stone, Wood, Earth ISCARSAH International Expert Workshop. This academic seminar is being held both online and offline in consideration of the COVID-19 pandemic situation. The CHA, or the Cultural Heritage Administration, is very much interested in the preservation and restoration of cultural heritage and the establishment of repair principles in line with the rapidly changing society, culture, and technology. I would like to inform you that the CHA is currently conducting joint research and work with ICOMOS-KOREA to establish the principles for the preservation of Korean cultural heritage. The keynote by former Director General of the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage, Choi Jong-deok, and presentations and discussions from Korean and global experts on the principles, techniques, and policies regarding cultural heritage protection, such as Professor Maria Margarita Segarra Lagunes of Choi University in Rome, will be of great help in establishing and implementing policies on the repair of architectural heritage in the future. This international workshop will start with the ISCARSAH annual meeting on the 29th, academic seminars on the 30th and 31st, and on-site field workshops visiting the architectural heritages of 4 cities, Mokpo, Kunsan, Iksan, and Paju, on September 1st and 2nd. In particular, this academic seminar is a place to gather the opinions of domestic and foreign experts, to strengthen the expertise of architectural heritage repair, and to share international trends in repair criteria and examples of preservation in the 20th century. I hope that the various measures discussed at this meeting today will serve as a great stepping stone for the preservation of architectural heritage and technological development in the future. I would like to lastly thank the staff members of the National Institute of Cultural Heritage who made this event possible, and I would like to once again welcome everyone and wish you all happiness and health. Thank you.
네.
Thank you. Once again, Vice Administrator Gyeong-hwan Kang. Next is the President of ICOMOS-KOREA, In Ho-sung, for the congratulatory remarks.
문화재청이 주관
Sponsored by the Cultural Heritage Administration and organized by the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage and ICOMOS-KOREA and Korea Foundation for the Traditional Architecture and Technology, the 2022 Stone, Wood, Earth ISCARSAH International Expert Workshop Scientific Seminar is being held. I really congratulate the event. The preservation of the architecture heritage is a very special field. The principles and the philosophy need to be well formulated. And this year we are talking about the stone, wood, and earth. And this will be related to the international principles set by the ISCARSAH for the the protection and the preservation of the architecture heritage, and also the experience of experts in Korea and in outside of Korea will be shared at this seminar. Preservation and management and also use of the architecture heritage need to be well discussed, and the terminologies and concepts and the interventions will be also discussed. There are some discrepancies between the world heritage and the national heritage, so we will be talking about it. And particularly on the second day, we will be talking about 20th architecture heritage, and our experience and the cases shared will help us to set a clear standard for those the 20th century architecture heritage. And we will be able to learn from this seminar, and the confidence and trust at the field can be also consolidated through those sharings. Despite of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have many experts home and abroad. There are many people from ICOMOS and also our colleague researchers. And we also have a lot of scholars and researchers from Korea. They have their own deep knowledge and experience, and those will be shared through a lot of presentations. And I really appreciate all the people, particularly the Cultural Heritage Administration and National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage, and also the Korea Foundation for the Traditional Architecture and Technology for their efforts and support. I believe this kind of a scientific seminar need to be continued. And once again, I congratulate the opening of the scientific seminar.
Thank you. That was a congratulatory remarks by President Song In-ho of ICOMOS-KOREA. Next, I would like to invite the president of ISCARSAH, Görün Arun, to the stage for her congratulatory remarks.
Dear guests, dear participants, it's a great honor for me to welcome you on behalf of ISCARSAH committee. ISCARSAH is one of the scientific committees of ICOMOS working on analysis and restoration of structures of architectural heritage. ISCARSAH was founded in 1996 as a forum and network for architects and engineers involved in restoration and care of built heritage. Our members from different parts of the world are composed of engineers, architects, scientists, specialists, and educators who work on structural and technical aspects of conservation. Our bureau is composed of President, Secretary General, 4 vice presidents, and a treasurer. I think most of the bureau is here. I would like to introduce them to you. Secretary General is Tom Morrison, if you get up. 4 vice presidents are Yeon-su, Khalid El-Haruni, Merdat Hejazi, and Marcella Hurtado. Unfortunately, she couldn't come here because of COVID. And our treasurer is Radu Kazamir. We also have members actively working for the Bureau. Paolo Lorenzo runs the Membership Evaluation Committee. Paolo Lorenzo. Maya Segara Lagunas works on publication issues. You may find ISCARSAH newsletter in our website. Stephen Kelly, he couldn't come, organizes ISCARSAH webinars, and Tim Michels is in charge of ISCARSAH expert database. In this symposium, we all come from different cultural backgrounds, have different experiences, and different opinions. Therefore, we have a lot to share with and learn from each other. I believe this event will serve to increase the synergy between us. We'll deepen our old friendship while establishing new friendship. I'm sure we'll all work together on making this meeting a useful success. On behalf of ISCARSAH, I'd like to thank very much to the institutions who made this event possible. To our host, Cultural Heritage Administration of Korea, and the organizers, National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage, Korea Foundation for the Traditional Architecture and Technology, and ICOMOS-KOREA. All their presidents are here, already welcomed you. And of course, our deepest gratitude goes to our expert member and Vice President, In-suk Cho, for all her efforts to realize this event. I wish success of the symposium, and I hope you'll all benefit and get deep knowledge on the techniques and methodologies for preservation of historic heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arun, the president of ISCARSAH. As we can hear from all the remarks, with this scientific seminar, we will be able to share our cases and also will draw some insight in the preserving the architecture heritage. Would like to move to the keynote address. The topic is on repairing architecture heritage. It will be delivered by Jong-deok Choi, the former Director General of National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage.
마스크 벗고 하겠습니다.
I will take off my mask. Welcome everyone, and it's my great pleasure to speak before you. It is my great honor to speak before the renowned expert. Well, the act and repair of cultural heritage says that the basic principle for the preservation, management, and the utilization of the cultural heritage properties is to preserve them in their original states, which means that when it comes to the repair are defined as the measures for the repair, restoration, and maintenance of the cultural heritage and for the prevention of damage. But I will focus on the ordinary or everyday definition, which is the mending the damaged ones. When we repair the materials or components and the architecture heritage, it is important to distinguish the concept or the definition. As we know, architecture heritage always evolve, and there are active and passive changes. If the users have new demands, then the exterior and the structure, the inner structure are changed, and that's the active changes. And natural force or some disasters or event need to be coped with, and that's the passive changes. The structure safety and the usage of the architecture or the buildings can be changed. The artisans' skills, patterns, materials are different time to time. So with the passage of the time, the architecture heritage always change. So when we repair the architecture heritage, actually sticking to their original states may not be a right concept. There were two representative personnel on this matter, John Ruskin and Regent Bielradich. They say and they recognize that when we repair the architecture heritage, they cannot be their original state. The Bielradich said that to restore an edifice is not to maintain it, to repair it, or remake it. Rather, it is to re-establish it in a complete state that perhaps never existed before. Notre Dame de Paris can be a good example. Bielradich studied the Notre Dame de Paris, and the repair work or restoration of that Notre Dame de Paris was very different from its initial form in 13th century. Rather than sticking to the original state, Bielradich focused on establishing or creating an ideal state. Meanwhile, the John Ruskin said that restoration is the most total destruction which was a building can suffer, and it is impossible as it is to raise the dead, to restore anything that has ever been great or beautiful in architecture. And Ruskin regarded the act of replacing a part of the building with something new to repair it is nothing more than removing the traces of time. The action repair of cultural heritage Korea says that the basic principle for the preservation, management, and utilization of cultural heritage properties is to preserve them in their original state. And therefore, we need to be very clear about what the original state is. In order to repair the architecture heritage, we need to dismantle the building and then reassemble it. Here, we need to understand what their original state is. However, if we ask a question about what is the original state, then we can realize that it is not an easy concept to understand. After the fire and the Sungnaemun Gate, I participated in the project to restore Sungnaemun Gate. And Sungnaemun Gate was established in early Joseon dynasty, and it endured a lot of changes. In King Sejong 29th, the Sungnaemun was rebuilt. There was a record on it. And there was another big restoration or changes to the Sungnaemun Gate in 1447. And there have been some changes and repairs for the Sungnaemun Gate, but we do not have a clear record on it. And during the King Gojong, the Sungnaemun experienced another restoration and repair. And with the Korean War, there was another repair work in 1953, and then that was followed a full-scale repair project in 1961 to 63. So if we define the term original state as the state or form that a certain object or like a building has when it is created, then the original state for Sungnaemun Gate would be the one that was first built in 1398 during the reign of King Taejo. As we live in the 21st century, we are not denying what our ancestors did. We do not have a right to devalue the actions of our ancestors. So if that is the case, even the changes to the Sungnaemun Gate, which was made during the Japanese colonial era, need to be accepted. So it's kind of an irony or a paradox. So, however, what has been done is the non-acceptance of the changes made during the colonial period. It is really important here to note that our understanding of the history also affects our concept of the original state of a building. This is the Sungnaemun Gate. And next example would be Mayor May House, which was designed by the American architect Frank Lloyd Wright. May, the owner of this house, expanded the house in order to meet the needs of his growing family. And the house was renovated in 1955 into having a more newly built garage. So when it was demolished, all the elements, because the original state of the house is something that was created in 1909, so the additions afterwards were all demolished. So given these two cases, we can realize that the original state as a concept cannot be a fixed one, and actually the historical understanding of people and how it is important to understand the history of the historical consciousness and the value of people who are responsible for preserving it. We usually believe that we, who are living in the modern era, are superior to our ancestors, but actually it is not the case all the time. If you look at the Sungnaemun, the gate case, actually the restoration principle states that the artisans with the high skill participate and utilize traditional tools and techniques. But if we want to utilize traditional tools and techniques, we need to be able to have artisans who are very keen on the traditional tools. But if you look at the tools, then most of the tools that we are using now are the newly made ones after the modern era. Like planes or chisels that we use today are very different from the traditional ones. The planes of today push the outer part of the traditional planes push the outer part of the wood, so it was called the pusher. But now it is different, and because it is working in an opposite way, and the chisels is also different. Nowadays, we do have the chisels with the wooden stick, and then the steel hammer is being used to put the power or the pressure on the chisel. However, in the past, the traditional chisels were made with a very strong steel or iron, and there was no wood handle. This is the steel iron, the single metal rod with a cutting edge at the one end. And another problem is that many of the traditional tools that were used, like the adze, cannot be found now. Actually, that was quite often used in the past. However, now we do have the machine to replace that kind of a tool, so it cannot be found. This picture is the woodworker using adze during the restoration of the Sungnaemun Gate. There was only one or two woodworkers who can actually use this tool. The same is true for the traditional materials. Because the time changes, the materials that were quite often used in the past cannot be found nowadays. For example, the ceramic roof tiles were made by hands in the past, but now they are made in the factory. And the pigment that were used for tancheong are now replaced with the other type of the ink. And in the past, there were a very strong practice of the labor division because materials and the components were made in parallel, and that required a very smart division of labor. And in accordance with the record of the protocol of the office for the construction of Injeongjeon Hall, there were like 262 workers, where the woodworkers participated in the work. And as you can see here, master builder, carpenter, carvers, shoemakers, boat makers, and many different types of the sewers. Many of them participated in the restoration. However, the big fire in the Sungnaemun-do Gate, there was only 20 woodworkers participate in the restoration. And when it comes to the skills, the woodworkers in the past had greater skills. And actually, there were many different types of the sawyers in the past. And the timbers arrived in the Han River harbor, and then the sewers did sewing there, make it easy to be transported. And these sewers, different types of the sewers, worked there. And there were length cut saw and cross cut saw. Only Korgojang, one type of the sawer, can use cross cut saw, and other sewers can use the length cut saw. That's because it is not easy to cut the woods or the timber crosswise. And the shoemaker, who is usually making the shoes, the wooden shoes, and the boat makers who make a boat also participated in the woodwork for the restoration. But now we have only the chief woodworker and woodworkers. So the division of the labor were very different. And the skill sets held by those woodworkers were very different. The reason for such a delicate division of labor was to reduce the construction period. And the Cultural Heritage Administration has the standard specification. When we have the specification, it is very economic and convenient for people who are working on the restoration work. The designers refer to the standard specifications, so they can reduce their workload for survey and study. And the structures, patterns, and also the techniques and materials are all different depending on the area and also time. However, when we apply standard specifications, all the architecture heritage need to be restored with the standard specifications regardless of their differences. So here we need to pay attention to this question, whether it is preserved as an architecture or as a cultural heritage. When we repair architecture heritage, the spatial and temporal differences or uniqueness can be destructed. If that is the case, it goes against our intention in repairing and restoring the architecture cultural heritage. The modern structure analysis has not been used quite often, but after 1990, dynamic structure analysis has been actively done. From 1999 to 2002, there was a Gyeong-hwan restoration, and the roof structure changed. The advisory committee for that restoration work referred to the safety diagnosis and said that the roof structure of the Gyeong-hwan is not safe. So the earth and the rat pit in the roof was removed and left it as a empty, hollow space. But we should not forget that the Gyeong-hwan roof has been safely sustained for more than 130 years before that. So in order to have the analysis and interpretation of the structure, we need to have a good understanding of the joint and connection, but dynamically they're not rigid and they're not hinges. The traditional wood structure have many different types and many different structures, and even for the same structure, depending on the artisan's skill, the strength can be different, and contractions and also the drying of the wood also make it difficult to have good structural analysis. So Given against this background, I can say that we just cannot blindly apply the modern structural analysis and interpretation to the traditional wooden building. Depending on what kind of approach we take, the result of that structural interpretation can be different. So in this case, the ISCARSAH's principle is really important in applying the modern approaches to the traditional wooden structure. So changing the wooden structure based on the result or the interpretation of the structures with the modern approach can be a very not good approach. The roof tiles were used, and when we restored the Sungnaemun Gate after the fire in 2008, only KS tiles were used. KS means Korean Industrial Standards, so the traditional roof tiles cannot be used. The Korean Industrial Standard or the KS tiles are very different because they have a very low absorption factor and very high flexural strength. So the properties of the traditional roof tiles, shape, decoration, color, texture, and weight are not well regarded. So the roof tile makers focus on the flexural strength and the absorption factor by manufacturing them in a large scale at factory. And the traditional roof tiles were not used. The Gyeongbokgung, the palace, and the national treasures again use KS roof tiles only. And as I said, the properties of the roof tiles, the KS roof tiles, are very different from the traditional ones. So for the traditional roof tiles, the tiles are made by wedging and needling the clay mixed with sand, and they shape the kneaded lump of clay into the desired forms of the tile using mold. But it is not like what KS roof tiles are made. The traditional roof tiles, the upper base is longer than the lower base because the tile mold is used, but the KS roof tiles are very different, so it shows the rectangular shape and smooth surface. And the traditional handmade tiles have a silvery gray surface, colored surface, but the KS roof tiles are all black. And the traditional roof tiles has about 65% of the weight compared to the factory tiles, because the factory tiles are made by being pressed into the mold. So KS roof tile is heavier than the traditional ones, 1.54 times, and the heavy roof tiles are not good. You can see the tile makers are preparing the clay for the tile making process. And you can see here the mold is being used by the tile maker. And this is the automated machine to manufacture and produce KS factory roof tile. The veritable record of Joseon Dynasty and the daily log kept by the Directorate of Architecture and Construction show that timbers were locked a few months ago before the restoration is done. Namwon Ganghanru used the timbers, and the Gwanghwanru was built in 1626, but the timber were locked in 1625, 1 year ago. And likewise, the timbers used for the other type of a palace was only locked 6 months ago. and the daily log kept by the Directorate of the Architecture and Construction of the Gyeongbokgung Palace. Geunjeongjeon Hall. The timber for the Geunjeongjeon Hall was not being secured even a few months before the start of the work. However, less than a year, the timbers which was locked less than a year were used in raising the beam for the Gyeongbokgung Palace. The twisting and the cracking of the timber can happen for every wood structure because timber contract and expand depending on the environment. The type of the wood and the timber is also important. And if you think the architecture and construction as an economic activity, then the construction period is really important. The modern day, a lot of construction companies try to reduce the construction period. And actually that was true even in the past because people were working at the architecture and construction site and they were mobilized labor. And while they are involved in the construction, they are not able to do the farming. So it is important to reduce the construction period for the national economy. And another reason to reduce the construction period is safety. Once the building is built, then it is stable. However, during the construction, it is not stable, so it can be demolished or it can be impacted by wind and others. So, and also during the construction, a scaffold need to be made and erected. In the past, the natural materials like hay and others were used for the scaffold, but they are not durable. So if the construction period is too long, then they can cause a safety issue. You can see this is the construction period for different buildings in the palace. You can see that the construction period is really short. And if the wooden components are deteriorated and then they are replaced. But the new replacement may not feel good. So in order to make them look old, the fake wood color is painted. It is kind of a camouflage to paint the new ones with the fake old color. So it impacts on the authenticity of materials. And also, it also impacts the authenticity of the architecture heritage as a whole. Actually, the painting of fake wood color was done quite often in the past, in recent years. There was no clear way to do this. So when we have a restoration of Tancheong, then the painting of fake wood color was also done on Tancheong. For example, like fake ink or even the ultra liquid were used. But sometimes, interestingly enough, the old components were painted with fake wood colors in order to cover up. So it was kind of a leveling down the quality as a whole. So it was a practice, meaning the painting of fake wood color was kind of a practice. I think the repairing of the architecture heritage is quite controversial because it's not easy and even impossible to restore and repair it to the original form. However, when it comes to the original form, we need to think about the concept itself. And then techniques, materials, and artisans, actually, all of them are not in the original condition. We do not have them as they were in the past. And the standard specification and modern structure interpretations are now widely adopted. And this led to the standardization of the architecture heritage properties, which are different depending on the period and region. If you look at these kind of the practice more closely, you can see that some cases we cannot follow all the examples because of some reasons, like the change of time, and some others we do not follow them because of the economic reasons or others. So for the first part, it may not be avoidable. However, for the later part, we should not do that. So we should not. We have to think about the standardized specification once again and modern structure interpretation in changing or repairing the ones.
네, 전 국립문화재
Thank you very much. That was former director of the National Research Institute for Cultural Heritage. The first day academic seminar will be held under the sub-theme of Principles and Criteria of the Repair of Architectural Heritage. We have 5 presentations and also panel discussions for each presentation. I would like to ask all the presenters to keep your time limit. Now I would like to invite the first presenter, Professor Görün Arun of the Hasan Kalyoncu University, and she will be making her presentation on ISCARSAH principles for the analysis and conservation and structural restoration of architectural heritage. Please.
All right, I will start. I'll explain 2003 ICOMOS Charter, which is the ISCARSAH principles for the analysis and conservation of structural restorations of architectural heritage. The ICOMOS, International Scientific Committee for the Analysis and Restoration of Structures of Architectural Heritage, was formed in 1996. Architectural heritage structures present a number of challenges in diagnosis and restoration, and usually these structures limit the application of modern legal codes and building standards, for they have diverse composition and layout. To ensure rational analysis and repair methods appropriate to the cultural context, ISCARSAH, under the leadership of late Professor Giorgio Croci, decided to work on recommendations during 2001 Paris meetings. Sorry, I want to take this off. It doesn't move? Okay. The recommendations presented here in the complete document are in 2 sections. Principles is the part where the basic concepts of conservation are presented, and guidelines, where the rules and methodology that a designer should follow are discussed. The principles is approved by ICOMOS in 2003 during ICOMOS General Assembly in Zimbabwe. The guidelines were usually halfly terminated in 2005, but later we decided to work more to assist principles and to update the new concepts and definitions of conservation. Now, under the leadership of our honorary member, Professor Pere Roca, the group is working on guidelines. And it's planned to terminate this part in a few months and release to discuss with all ISCARSAH members, and then present it for the approval of ICOMOS during 2023 ICOMOS General Assembly in Sydney. The conservation of built heritage requires multidisciplinary teams' judgment based on understanding of the principles gained by experience and knowledge. Principles contain 3 parts. general criteria, researches and diagnosis, and remedial measures. I'll try to explain the items under these three topics. For an existing site structure or a structural component to be defined as heritage, it has to have heritage significance and heritage value with its architectural, historical, cultural, social, or spiritual importance. The heritage value of historical building or site is based on its authenticity and integrity with its materials, structurals, forms, etc. The aim of conservation is at preserving the heritage value of cultural assets, including original materials, geometry, morphology, organization, and resisting principles. Keeping the authenticity of a structure necessitates respect original materials, morphology, and structural arrangement, respect for distinguishing qualities of structure and environment, respect for original concept, materials, and construction techniques, respect for significant subsequent changes, respect for intangible values, and respect for alterations or imperfections that have become part of the history of the structure, provided that they do not endanger the safety requirements. Architectural heritage structures are complex structures and have diverse construction materials as masonry, timber, iron, or concrete. And their geometrical configuration is also diverse. So the value and authenticity of architectural heritage cannot be assessed by fixed criteria because respect to each culture requires heritage to be considered within the cultural context to which it belongs. The distinguishing qualities of the structure that derive from its original form and any subsequent changes should not be destroyed. The original concept, construction techniques, and historical value of the structure, including historical materials, and of historical evidence that it provides, should be respected. When imperfections and alterations have become part of the history of the structure, they should be kept providing that they do not compromise the safety requirements. The value of each historic building is not only in its appearance, but also in the integrity of its all components as a unique product of the specific building technology of its time. So emptying the inside, only keeping the facade, does not meet conservation criteria. Heritage buildings have a greater lifespan than any existing building. So when any change of use of function is proposed, all the conservation requirements and safety conditions need to be carefully considered. Heritage structures require studies in steps that are similar to those used in medicine: anamnesis, diagnosis, therapy, and controls, corresponding respectively to the searches for significant data and information. Anamnesis is condition survey, the known history of a building, including past traumas, interventions, modifications, etc. Diagnosis is identifying the nature and causes of damage and decay, and the opinion derived from such an investigation. Therapy is repair, the choice of remedial measures in response to the diagnosis. Controls is to verify the efficiency of the decided therapy through monitoring and cyclical examination. It is usually necessary that the study repeats these steps in an iterative process. No action should be undertaken before determining the benefit and harm it will cause to the architectural structure, except in cases where emergency protection measures are required to prevent the collapse of the structure. Those urgent measures, when possible, should avoid modifying the fabric in an irreversible way. When building has a problem and needs treatment, a multidisciplinary team is determined depending on the type and the scale of the problem. This team should work together from the first steps till the preparation of the investigation program. So in steps, study starts with documentation. That's anamnesis, history of the building. Information should involve the original and earlier states of the structure, construction techniques, subsequent changes, etc. Diagnosis is to understand the causes and deterioration and decay. Safety evaluation is to understand the safety level of the structure. Intervention decisions is choosing the remedial measures, and monitoring is done both during diagnosis and after the intervention, to control the efficiency of the therapy. The structures in archaeological sites have to be stabilized during excavation when knowledge is not yet complete. So urgent site structural solutions might be necessary to stabilize the structure as it is being excavated. Diagnosis is based on qualitative approach and quantitative approach. Qualitative approach is direct observation of structural damage and material decay, historical and archaeological research. Quantitative approach is material and structural tests, monitoring and structural analysis. So documentation has two parts: historical survey, that's archival research. We look for the original materials, construction techniques and skills, subsequent changes both in structure and its settings, historical actions that cause damage or collapses, previous structural interventions, structural changes, historical facts or events having had an impact on the structure. Then geometrical survey. Of course, geometrical survey provides the dimensions of the structural elements, identify load-bearing and non-load-bearing elements. So construction of the materials from different periods and their condition. Detailed and accurate drawings may provide information on structural damages as cracks, dislocations, deformations, and any ongoing environmental effects. The qualified team carrying out this inspection may also decide on the necessity of the types of survey, tests to be used in laboratories, and decide on the appropriate locations for their execution. So in quantitative approach, there are investigations on site, investigation in laboratory, and monitoring and structural analysis. Investigations on site are non-destructive tests and minor destructive tests, and investigations in laboratory are on the samples taken from the sites. So the results of the tests applied on site and laboratory give information on the mechanical, physical, and chemical properties of the materials, stresses and deformations in structural members, presence of any discontinuities within the structure, hidden damages behind plasters, dynamic properties of the structure, and geotechnical characteristics of the foundation soil. Application of these tests may require permissions from the local authorities. Monitoring is applied both during diagnosis. During diagnosis, it's to search the opening of the main cracks, if they are stable or not, movement and rotation of the structures, internal and external temperature, humidity, behavior of soil and rock foundation, and dynamic response of the building. So after the intervention, it is to see the efficiency of the remedial measures. Dynamic characteristics of structures as natural frequencies, mode shapes, and damping coefficients can be defined by ambient vibration testing method. Results of these tests are used to validate the mathematical modeling used for dynamic response analysis and to control soil-structure interaction, and preparation of the scaled models of monuments to be tested on shaking table. A full understanding of the structural behavior is essential for any conservation and restoration project. It involves earlier states of the structure, construction methods, or subsequent changes, phenomena that have occurred, and finally, the present state. Before planning any structural interventions, the causes of damage and decay has to be determined accurately. Then structural evaluation is carried on to understand the safety level of the structure. Historic structures have much longer lifespan than other existing structures. Often too much and unacceptable interventions are suggested by modern codes. Conventional calculations may fail to recognize the real structural behavior because there are many new actions that were not present when they were constructed. For structural analysis of historic structure, an alternative approach to safety may be needed. The safety evaluation should combine qualitative with quantitative analysis. Qualitative information gathered through direct observation, historical and archaeological research, and quantitative information gathered through structural investigation with experiments and tests can improve the understanding of the structural performance, the relationship between historical causes and resulting effects. Through structural analysis, response of the structure under different actions is identified. Experience gained from analyzing and comparing the past and present behavior of different structures can enhance the possibility of extrapolations and provide a basis for assessing safety. The structural analysis also is performed to simulate the behavior of the structure with the alternative intervention schemes and assess the efficiency of intervention. The information acquired from the diagnosis, including the safety evaluation, the decisions to intervene, should be described in an explanatory report because of each discipline taking responsibility in the study will give some reports, so they might be in different formats. To take them into the same format will be necessary and keep it in an explanatory report. Structural damage occurs when the stresses exceed the strength of the materials in significant zones. So, therapy, the remedial measures, should address the root causes rather than symptoms. Safety evaluation and an understanding of the significance of the structure should be the basis for conservation and reinforcement measures. Adequate maintenance can limit or postpone the need for subsequent intervention. No actions should be undertaken without demonstrating that they are indispensable. No action should be undertaken without ascertaining the long-term side effects. Each intervention should be in proportion to the safety objectives. Interventions should be kept to the minimum necessary to guarantee the safety and durability and with the least damage to heritage values. Where possible, any measures adopted should be reversible so that they can be removed and replaced when new knowledge is acquired. Where there are not completely reversible, interventions should not limit later interventions. Okay. The design of interventions should be based on a clear understanding of the kinds of actions that were the cause of the damage and decay. The choice between traditional and innovative techniques should be determined on a case-by-case basis. Preference should be given to those that are least invasive, most compatible with original material, and adequately durable. So durability of the innovative materials need to be proven in the long term. The characteristics of the materials used in restoration work and their compatibility with existing materials should be fully established. This must include long-term impacts so that undesirable side effects are avoided. The removal or alteration of any historical material or distinctive architectural features should be avoided whenever possible. Deteriorated structures, whenever possible, should be repaired rather than replaced. Dismantling and reassembly should only be undertaken as an optional measure when conservation by other means impossible or harmful. Any intervention must be accompanied by a program of monitoring and control. Measures that are impossible to control during execution should not be allowed. The activities or checking and monitoring should be documented and kept as part of the history of the structure. The decisions on the need for repair or strengthening must be based on detailed investigation and adequate interpretation of the damage by a multidisciplinary team of different experts. So during diagnosis, causes contributing to failures must be accurately investigated with the help of historical research, inspection, experiments, monitoring, and structural analysis. Historically stabilized and still active effects has to be identified. The significance of failures is to be carefully determined. During intervention, repair or strengthening should accurately address the root causes of damage. Intervention must be based on detailed analysis and sound characterization of the structure and its condition. Intervention must be in proportion to the safety requirements. Both benefit and harm caused by the intervention should be evaluated. The impact and side effects of intervention need to be evaluated. Simultaneous and strict application of all mentioned criteria can be difficult in practice. Some criteria can be given priority according to the nature of the problem. So, as a result, we can say the ISCARSAH principles provide an excellent base for engineers to approach heritage conservation. Thank you.
네, 게르나룬 교수님 말씀 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much, Dr. Görün. And next will be the case of contemporary issues on the conservation and restoration of heritage structure, which will be delivered by Dr. Stephen J. Kelly. Unfortunately, Dr. Stephen J. Kelly is not able to attend the meeting face-to-face because of the COVID-19 situation, so the Dr. Stephen J. Kelly will be connected online. Please.
Okay, and now for something completely different. Nice to see you all. First of all, I'm very pleased to be here today, if only virtually, and I want to thank the organizing committee for the invitation to present this research and facilitate the presentation from the United States. I would like to present 20th century heritage structures relative to the ISCARSAH principles. The ISCARSAH principles were ratified in 2003, and these are the principles that I will refer to today. There are no ISCARSAH principles for 20th century heritage structures per se. Since I have written a paper that will be part of the proceedings, I will vary from that paper and take the discussion a bit further based upon constructive feedback that I have received from our Korean colleagues. Please note that I am fitting the contents of 8 hours of lecture into the next 15 minutes. There are numerous influences that brought about the 20th century heritage structures, and these are the 4 that I will touch on during my talk. Technical advancements, such as the development of structural engineering as a science rather than an empirical pursuit. Also, the use of what I am calling engineered materials and systems, such as new metal alloys, reinforced concrete, glass manufacture, sealants, and the like. Economic factors, such as the pursuit of the fallacy that buildings could be made maintenance-free. And this image at the bottom is from a 1950s American publication where a housewife is washing the inside of her house with a hose because everything is waterproof and everything is maintenance-free. Also, the increased use of standardization, prefabrication, and modularization. With standardization came the removal of decorative motifs on the exterior of buildings. The use of unskilled labor, which continues all over the world to this day, was also utilized. aesthetics, which called for an openness of plan, unlike that provided by heavy masonry buildings of the pre-industrial era. The desire for ever greater expanses of glass on building exteriors, and a machine-made aesthetic which followed the removal of decoration. And finally, the paradox and challenge of most 20th century heritage structures, the dependence on cheap energy. These buildings could not survive unless they were air conditioned. First, let's consider the transition from iron to carbon steel. Iron is good in compression, but not very good in tension or bending. Therefore, the first skyscrapers used a mixture of cast and wrought iron, cast iron for the columns and wrought iron for the beams. The transition to carbon steel that was strong in compression and tension happened rather quickly in the 1880s in Chicago. The home insurance building was first to use steel elements in a skeleton frame, followed by the Rand McNally building, which was the first to have an all steel frame. And finally, the Masonic building had a braced frame that was uncommon in the earlier skyscrapers that depended on the masonry envelope for lateral stability. So the home insurance building had no lateral frame at all. It was all held up with that masonry enclosure. Column to beam connections with wrought and cast irons were cumbersome. The use of carbon steel remedied this problem and made moment-resisting frames in high-rise buildings possible. On the left is a diagram showing the braced frame in the Masonic building, and the right is an image of the Reliance building in construction with an early moment frame system. These images are shown in chronological order and are masonry curtain wall buildings, also known as transitional buildings. The removal of decorative motifs can be seen to become less and less on the buildings and are almost gone by 1930, as you can see in the lower column. There are economic reasons for this, as the world had plunged into the Great Depression in 1929, and speed of construction became paramount. This also hastened the move to standardization of building elements. The use of concrete in 20th century heritage building can be broken into three phases. The first phase were buildings with patented reinforcement systems that were under license by various contractors. Often, reinforced concrete was meant to imitate traditional buildings such as stone, and you can see from this image of a building in Decatur, Illinois, under construction, is totally made out of concrete, but was made to look like it was made out of stone. Another good example is Frank Lloyd Wright's Unity Temple, which was constructed in 1909, and it had a patented reinforcement system that was licensed by a contractor. You hired this contractor and he would use his system. The second period between the two world wars were when regulations set standards for steel reinforcement and replaced the reinforcing patented systems. Here is where architectural expression exploited structural capacity for large spans and thin walls. The third period, following the Second World War, is what we will dwell on. The building boom using unskilled labor and rapid construction. non-traditional forms were explored and exploited as an architectural expression of the concrete. Various surface treatments and textures were also explored, and precast concrete came into play. And I think, as many of you know, unskilled labor is a plague on the entire world now as far as general contracting. Okay, here we go. These images are of some of the better known reinforced concrete buildings of the period shown in chronological order. The term Béton brut or brutalism were used to describe many of these buildings. This was a worldwide and not just an American phenomenon. Well, I think one of my favorites is the one on the upper right. This is one of 3 apartments in an apartment complex in Belgrade, Serbia, known as socialist modernism. And my colleagues from Romania probably know this style very well because I'm sure they have some in Bucharest and throughout Romania. You see this type of architecture all through Eastern Europe and in Russia. The Boston City Hall, shown on the lower left, was voted the city's ugliest building and reveals the mixed reactions of the public to some of these buildings. When aluminum was first refined, it was more precious than gold. In the 1890s, an electrolytic method was discovered to refine aluminum from bauxite, and it became more affordable. Not much more affordable, but it wasn't as expensive as gold. The widespread use of aluminum in wartime aircraft would make its introduction into the post-war building market possible at an affordable price. And of course, here in the lower left, you can see the extrusion process, which is now used for almost all aluminum manufacture. Glass manufacture is ancient, but the 20th century brought production techniques such as cylinder glass, shown here, ground and polished plate glass, shown here, and finally the ubiquitous float glass, where glass runs out of this furnace and runs out as a ribbon where it's dried and then cut into these sheets. These production techniques made glass sheets not only larger and larger, but increased the speed of production. This image up here is from the Crystal Palace in 1851. This was a building that was entirely designed on the module of the largest piece of glass that could be manufactured. So these gentlemen are glazing the roof of the Crystal Palace, and the entire building was based on that module. Moving images on the left and right show the reflective effects of different types of glass manufacture and insulated glass units. All of these are going to have different reflecting qualities, and they're certainly different from polished and ground plate glass, which is completely flat and has no distortion. The middle image is the Seagram building in New York City, which was tinted glass. Glass in 20th century heritage building is not just a clear pane, but assemblies with films, tints, tempers, and layers. These assemblies were constantly changing and being refined, and their in-kind replacement presents a great challenge when trying to preserve or restore these buildings. At the beginning of the 20th century, putty was used to seal cracks in walls where not much movement was expected. However, with the advent of taller buildings and the use of the glass and metal curtain walls, putties were not up to the task of the increased building movement. This diagram shows traditional putties on the left and all the solvent-based, water-based, and chemical-based materials that were developed for the 20th century building market. Early glass and metal curtain walls were meant to be watertight without sealants. Sealant has become the bastard child of the glass and metal curtain wall industry, and is a big industry in itself today with its own professional association. These images present glass and metal curtain walls in chronological order from 1930 to 1958. The Equitable Building in Portland, Oregon, shown here, has a curtain wall that was cobbled together with spare aluminum parts from an abandoned aircraft factory. Here is the 860-880 Lakeshore Drive building in Chicago under construction. And you can see that the curtain wall is going in without the glass in it. The curtain wall is made out of steel. However, with 6 years later, Ludwig Mies van der Rohe designed the 910 Lakeshore Drive buildings with an aluminum curtain wall, and the glass was placed into the panel before it was installed in the building, which was the wave of the future. On the lower left is the Lever House in New York City, which was the first building to use new sealants. And of course, this building here, the Alcoa building in 1953, is one of the first use of a completely panelized curtain wall system. Now, Alcoa stands for the Aluminum Company of America, and they were trying to push aluminum as a product. It's also interesting to note that this was the first glass and metal curtain wall building that didn't also have masonry behind it. Masonry was still an important component in all of these earlier buildings for fireproofing reasons. And so the building codes required that they have masonry behind them. So how do 20th century structures differ from those in the past? In the case of concrete, it is presented as a monolith rather than discrete brick or stone masonry units. So its appearance becomes critical. The standard approach in concrete repair is to patch, then paint, so one doesn't have to worry about the appearance of the patch. With heritage structures, the patches remain visible, and numerous iterations of field mock-ups become essential as a part of the repair. Now, this shows a mock-up, and this is a mock-up for Frank Lloyd Wright's Unity Temple, which was recently restored. Here's another mock-up. And it was very important that the architect met the color of the concrete paste, and he had the right color, size of aggregate, and then he had to make sure that he had the right texture that was in place. It was a long iterative process. A curtain wall is all enveloping and not divided into discrete window units. Curtain walls typically have weeped or drainage systems that collect water that penetrates the envelope and drains it back to the exterior through a series of guttering systems and weep holes. And you can see this down here in the lower right-hand corner. This is a gutter that collects water that gets into the system, which runs through this weep hole and down through that weep hole. So this is an interior drainage system. These systems break down. They're sometimes rendered non-functional during repairs, either on purpose or by mistake, and are practically impossible to repair. And finally, the durability of these 20th century systems do not compare favorably with more ancient buildings. These systems were designed with limited lifespans, typically 40 to 50 years. And so the best of these buildings now are in dire need of attention, and they are getting it. The reliance of 20th century heritage structures on cheap energy presents an interesting challenge versus sustainability. Which is more important, heritage conservation or sustainability? It is interesting to note that both examples shown here are UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Curtain wall buildings, and both have had their curtain walls replaced with new aluminum and glass. So this definition that's given for sustainability reveals that in the case of glass and metal curtain walls, these systems do not appear to be very sustainable. They don't endure or maintain over time. They're not durable. They're not easily recyclable, and they're not degradable. But what you can do is you can increase the use of the building. So let's talk about that. Can we agree on the following? The greenest building is the one that is already existing. What do I mean by that? This is because building reuse circumvents the need to harvest and quarry raw materials, expend energy, and make pollution during production of building materials, cuts down on transportation of the materials to the site, and makes less waste for the landfill. Then the salvage and adaptive reuse of these buildings become paramount. What is more important? The authenticity of materials or the authenticity of design? The Lieber House in New York City presents an interesting case study. The only part of the original curtain wall that was left intact was the concealed steel frame of the curtain wall itself. All stainless steel was replaced with new matching stainless steel shapes, and all glass was replaced with in-kind tinted glass. Similar approaches were used during the restoration of the Vegas factory in Alfeld, Germany. The Bauhaus glass concealed curtain wall was also replaced with aluminum. Of course, in this case, the curtain wall was greatly damaged during World War II. These examples suggest that authenticity of design is more important. And maybe this is a little bit in contradiction to part of what Professor Arun was speaking about prior to this presentation. So, do the ISCARSAH principles apply to 20th century heritage? The principles were written in 1999, from 1996 to 1999, ratified in 2003, with an emphasis on masonry buildings. However, many of us in North America who were involved in this development, that we knew that these the principles were good for diagnosing contemporary building issues. However, therapies may need reevaluation. But this is true for all ICOMOS charters and documents relative to 20th century heritage buildings. After all, these charters, documents, and principles are not the 10 Commandments. And if I can use a Christian metaphor, and they should be revisited from time to time. Present committee on the ISCARSAH guidelines has already taken on this task. And in conclusion, I would like to pose the question, does the ISCARSAH committee need to study this issue further? And I was reviewing the guidelines that are under development right now, and the term heritage values is being used. And I think that the definition of heritage values becomes very important here, because I think that heritage values should talk about intangible and not just tangible heritage. I would like to leave the audience with this list of references for further study on this topic, which is still in its infancy. Of course, there is a plethora of information on the diagnosis and repair of concrete and of curtain walls, but very little of this information is geared towards heritage buildings. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
네, 스티븐 J. 켈리님의 발표를 잘 들었습니다. 그 해외에서 접속하시다 보니까 잠깐 연결이 원활하지 않았던 점 양해를 부탁드리겠고요. 스티븐 켈리님께서 못 오신 이유가 코로나 때문이 아니고 비자 문제가 있으셨던 것 같습니다. 좀 안타까운 상황이긴 한데요. 그 사유를 정정해 드리겠습니다. 다음은 그 발표를 계속 이어나가기 전에 잠깐 휴식 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 15분간의 휴식을 갖도록 하겠고요. 지금 시간이 2시 4.
And it's 2:45 now, so 2:49 now. So I will see you back at 3:05. Thank you.
안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, attention please. We would like to now resume the workshop. I would like to ask all the speakers and panel discussants to take your seats.
네, 주제 발표 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
Yes, I would like to introduce the next speaker. The next speaker is Ms. Jong-deok from the Royal Palace and Tomb Center of the CHA. She will be talking about the amendments of the Cultural Heritage Repair Act and its significance. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jong-deok, and I would like to start by saying that it is a great pleasure and honor for me to participate in this 2022 ISCARSAH International Expert Workshop on the conservation and repair of cultural heritage. And I hope that the exchange between global experts and local experts can continue even after this event. Today, I want to talk about the amendment to the Act on Cultural Heritage Maintenance of Korea and the significance of the maintenance system. I would like to talk about how much the Act on Cultural Heritage Maintenance is reflecting the universal standards of the international maintenance principles. And I would like to also introduce the legislation related to cultural heritage maintenance here in Korea. In other words, by explaining the Act on Cultural Heritage Repair, I would like to explain about the universality of cultural heritage maintenance and repair. And I would like to read out my materials that is included in the brochure that you have. In Korea, the Cultural Properties Protection Act was enacted in 1962 as a law encompassing regulations for preservation and management of cultural heritage and served as the basis for all cultural heritage-related administrative work. In 2010, the following two laws were enacted: the Act on Cultural Heritage Maintenance and the Act for the Protection and Inspection of Buried Cultural Heritage. If the Cultural Heritage Repair Law is an attempt to divide the original law for a special act of repair for the purpose of preservation, it can be said that buried cultural heritage is an attempt at another division of the original law with a focus on the specificity of the types. So after the enactment of these two acts, other legislations have been enacted. Currently, there are 12 legislations related to cultural heritage repair and also 15 presidential order. And in 2010, as I said, the Cultural Repair Act was enacted. And first, let's take a look at the Cultural Heritage Protection Act that existed before 2010. And before 2010, the Framework Act on the construction industry was used as a basis for cultural heritage repair, and the lack of understanding about the need for discriminative regulations concerning the work of construction and the work of cultural heritage repair led to confusions. And these provisions in the Cultural Heritage Protection Act was mostly about the cultural heritage repair engineers and technicians, and also the cultural heritage repair business, instead of detailed standards about cultural heritage repair. And there was no distinguishing provisions with the Framework Act on the construction industry. And as I said, the Cultural Properties Protection Act focused on the role of repair engineers and technicians. And as I said, in 2010, the Cultural Heritage Repair Act was enacted, and I would like to explain about the composition of the Cultural Heritage Repair Act. Here on the slide, you can see the provisions in the Cultural Heritage Repair Act, which was made in 2010, and on the right-hand side, you can see the major contents and also the composition of articles in 2010 and 2021. The most important thing about the Cultural Repair Act is that a basic plan for cultural heritage repair is reset every 5 years. And also, the certification of repair engineers and technicians, and also training for engineers and technicians are some of the major contents that are included in the Cultural Heritage Repair Act. In other words, compared to the Cultural Heritage Protection Act of the past, there are more detailed provisions about the operation of the cultural heritage repair. Here you can see that there are also detailed provisions about the Act of Cultural Heritage Repair, and there are also some general definitions in Chapter 1. And in Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, there are provisions about cultural heritage repair engineers and technicians and operation of the relevant business. So this is the overall composition of the Repair Act. And in 2021, there are some changes to the contents, even though the composition of the Act seems similar. Through the keynote speech and also through the presentation by the speaker from ISCARSAH, we were able to know the purpose and principles of cultural heritage repair. So here in this Cultural Heritage Repair Act also we are stating the purpose of repair. And it says to enhance the quality of repair of cultural heritage and develop cultural heritage repair business in a sound manner by prescribing matters necessary for the repair of cultural heritage, on-site survey and design, supervision, registration of cultural heritage repair business, technology management in order to preserve and inherit cultural heritage in its original form. And in Article 3, there are basic principles for repair of cultural heritage. And it says the repair of cultural heritage, on-site survey and design or supervision shall employ methods and technologies most appropriate for the preservation of the original form of cultural heritage. Well, today I am focusing on the legislation, so I am not going to talk about in too much detail about the importance of maintaining the original form of cultural heritage. And actually, the preservation of the original form of cultural heritage is the most important principle that we have for the repair of cultural heritage. So moving on to Article 2, there are definitions of these main concepts. The repair of cultural heritage means measures for the repair, restoration, and maintenance, and for the prevention of damage. And the target of cultural heritage include not only structures, but also property assets and also natural assets. So repair of these tangible and intangible assets will fall into this category of the repair of cultural heritage. But because the cultural heritage repair can include the architectural heritage repair, we also have separate provisions covering architectural heritage repair. And for the on-site survey and design and supervision, we also have definitions here in Article 2, and for supervision, we are dividing supervision into general supervision and responsible supervision. And even under the Cultural Heritage Protection Act, there were definitions about cultural heritage repair engineer and technicians. And as I said, the previous act that dealt with cultural heritage repair, which was the Cultural Heritage Protection Act, mostly focused on the entities performing the repair. But the certification of these engineers and technicians is one of the major contents of the Cultural Heritage Repair Engineer. So these engineers have to take tests and get a certificate as a Cultural Heritage Repair Engineer issued. And there are certain qualifications and also some professional test for the qualifying exam. And because we are carrying out the certification test, it is guaranteeing the quality of repair, and we believe that the certification system is directly related to the guarantee of the quality of repair. Here you can see the types and scope of work of the cultural heritage repair engineers. So this slide is on technicians. Mr. Kelly also mentioned about these untrained technicians. And in Korea, we are defining the types of cultural heritage repair technicians as it's stated here. So there are about 20 types, and these technicians can be involved in the repair process. So these engineers and technicians, they do not participate in the repair process as an individual, but instead they are participating in the repair process as a repair business. So in the Korean legislation, we have this provision on the operation of cultural heritage repair business. And cultural heritage repair business are divided into overall repair business and professional repair business. The former refers to those engaging in repair requiring 2 or more types of work and carrying out the work under an overall plan, management, and coordination, while the latter refers to those engaging in cultural heritage repair focusing on part of a specific cultural heritage object or special areas. And in reality, businesses engaging in civil work and architectural work are deemed to fall under the category of overall repair, and their work targets national treasure. And also there are only the maintenance and tancheong repair falls under the category of overall cultural heritage repair business, and landscaping, preservation science, plant protection, and woodwork, stonework, all these fall into the category of professional cultural heritage repair businesses. So the reason why we have these provision is to create a sustainable ecosystem for the cultural heritage repair business, and this is one of the focus areas of the Korean legislation on this matter. Now I would like to move on to the amendment of the Cultural Heritage Repair Act. In 2008, there was a fire caused by an act of arson at the tower section of Sungnaemun Gate. It happened in 2008, and there was the restoration project to restore the Sungnaemun Gate. And as you can see from this slide, there were 6 principles that were used in the restoration of Sungnaemun Gate. So starting from 2010 to 2013, the restoration went on. And according to these basic principles, the restoration of the Sungnaemun Gate was done, but there was a controversy over the shoddy repair work. It was because there was a problem to the traditional tancheong of the Sungnaemun Gate. There was a media report about the problems in the tancheong of Sungnaemun Gate. And concerns were raised about the poor workmanship involved in the rehabilitation work, non-observance of the basic principles regarding the use of traditional techniques and tools, and problems concerning the traditional tancheong paintwork. And because of this controversy, the CHA started to discuss ways to resolve the situation and improve the repair system of Korea. So this became an opportunity to think about in much more detail about the principles of cultural heritage repair. So the original form and also the international community's principles concerning the preservation of cultural heritage properties and the concept of outstanding universal value and integrity, which only existed as empty theories, became an area of focus of the industry. And the Cultural Heritage Repair Act is constantly being amended. And as you can see from this slide, starting from 2016 to 2021, there were some changes to the contents and addition of new provisions. And I think we can classify these amendments into three parts. First, I want to talk about the amendments, which was aimed at the invigoration of traditional technologies and materials. The problem, as I said, that triggered the controversy over the rehabilitation work of Sungnaemun Gate concerned the traditional tancheong paintwork. But the traditional tancheong paintwork and the related technique were more or less abandoned with the industrialization and modernization of South Korea. And starting from 2014, the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage initiated efforts to conduct research on the revival and restoration of traditional tancheong paintwork. And for about 5 years, it continued the research. And through this research, we were able to acknowledge that restoring and reviving traditional material that is once abandoned is a very challenging task. And in 2018, the CHA launched a pilot program for traditional tancheong and monitoring durability and other factors related to different contractual work methods. And in the past, the most research focused on other parts, but because of this amendment of the Cultural Repair Act and because of the pilot program, we shifted our focus. And also, legislation on the preservation of traditional technique was enacted. And regarding the traditional material, the government investigated the supply and demand status of traditional material, and for that, the government also enacted a relevant legislation. And during the Sungnaemun Gate rehabilitation project, we realized that it was difficult to create a large-sized wooden structural elements. So we created a facility to manage the supply and demand of the wooden structural elements that are required for the cultural heritage repair. As cultural heritage repair business, forms one industry, the industry of traditional materials can be a sector of the cultural heritage repair industry. So the government is currently planning to provide various kinds of support for the production facilities of traditional materials. And next, there was an amendment for the management of repair records and disclosure of information. In 2016, new articles on the reporting on the availability of cultural heritage repair engineers and management of information on repair business and evaluation and public disclosure of repair-related capability were added to the law. And for the transparency and sustainability of cultural heritage repair business, it had to be implemented far before 2016, but it only happened in 2016. And the overall quality of cultural heritage repair work remained at a substandard level due to an inability to manage the records adequately before 2016, which made it difficult to prevent illegal acts. But anyways, in 2016, we were able to introduce a management system, and in 2018, the government also came up with a comprehensive cultural heritage repair system in 2018, whose main functions include reporting on cultural heritage repair engineers' experience, reporting on cultural heritage repair business repair capability, and so on. Recently, the CHA established a 3-year plan to renew the system, and we are recently trying to implement the BIM-based cultural heritage modeling data, and we are trying to build an efficient system to manage the repair-related information by building a database. And thirdly, the systemization and professionalization of repair work is another characteristic of the amendments that took place. So here I want to explain about the design approval system for cultural heritage repair work. It was in 2020 that the design approval for designated and temporarily designated cultural heritage was made obligatory with the addition of a new article. And especially, the following main items were set for the examination of design approvals related to cultural heritage repair work. First, the use of adequate methods and technologies. Second, the use of traditional technologies. And third, consideration of the local characteristic of areas where cultural heritage are located. Well, a new clause was added to the law, making it possible for a qualified design examiner to be placed at the CHA and for the relevant city and province to push ahead with cultural heritage repair-related design approvals. So, for wooden structures and traditional structures, during the process of dismantlement, we can identify new issues. So we would need the technological guidance or adequate technological guidance for these personnel. So we are providing technological guidance to set the direction of repair. So technological guidance is about having consultation with experts so as to set the direction of repair. and also on-site management and safety management. All these contents will be covered so that the CHA and experts can be involved in the repair process, and so that the decision can be made in a reasonable manner. Another big change was the launch of the Cultural Heritage Repair Technology Committee. So this committee was established in year 2020 as a body for deliberation. And this committee would be performing deliberation on major issues related to cultural heritage repair and deliberate on the direction of design. And this committee was organized to increase the reliability of the repair work performed by the CHA. And as I said, the preservation treatment of movable cultural heritage properties is another aspect in the amended law. It was necessary to distinguish movable cultural heritage as they account for about 70% of all cultural heritages designated as national treasures or treasures. So through this amendment, we were able to distinguish the treatment for these movable cultural heritage properties. And the detailed actions and the concept of preservation for movable cultural heritage was set out independently as provisions. So as I said, the amendment was made to increase the significance and also to strengthen the transparency and systematization and professionalization. Still further improvements in the cultural heritage repair law are needed. First, we have to strengthen surveys and studies designed to secure integrity in the repair of modern cultural heritage. And also, we have to provide support to strengthen the capabilities of the repair technicians and provide training to the relevant personnel. And we also have to strengthen the investigation and research on repair. And the movable cultural heritage properties are different from plant heritages and other types of heritages, so it is a very important task for us to think about how to distinguish these. And currently, we have cultural heritage repair technicians and engineers certified by the authority, but the number of certified personnel is going down. So we have to improve the relevant legislation to provide support to strengthen these people's capabilities. So with that, I would like to finish my presentation on the Cultural Heritage Repair Act. Thank you for listening.
네, 조은경.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eun-kyung, for your great presentation. Next presentation will be delivered by Kang, the research curator of the Safety Disaster Prevention Division of NRICH. The topic is Principles of Preservation of Architecture Heritage Objects and Their Repair in Korea.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Thank you for the kind introduction. And as I introduce, my name is Kang from the NRICH. Today, I'd like to talk about the principles of preservation of architecture heritage objects and their repair in Korea. And I want your kind understanding before I present, which is when it comes to the repair history in Korea, I prepared my presentation to look into the principles of the preservation for the architecture heritage object repair in Korea. And we have foreign participants and audience, and I'd like to go over the Korean history or the Korean principles of the repair. So the Korean experts here are quite familiarized with this topic, so I kindly ask your understanding in advance. So I will go over the history of the repair in Korea first, and then we'll move to the issues. And the presentation material here on the slide, you can see the title in English, but the contents are in Korean. So if you want to refer to the English version for the detailed explanation, you can refer to the number in each slide for the paper in the booklet. When it comes to the history of repair in Korea, we need to look into the Japanese colonial period. Unfortunately, the repair history in Korea is also affected by the Japanese colonial period. So we need to think about and review how Japanese conducted repair work in Korea and what were the principles applied. So first of all, Japan in mid-8000, they had a major restoration, and in 1890s, Japan started to do some repairs for the architecture heritage. And here you can see Ito, who studied the modern architect and started the repair work. This shows the Ito who is doing the survey. And in 1897, there was a law called the Law for the Preservation of Asian Temples and Shrines. And the repairs under that law is the early days of the repairs in Japan. And at the end of the 1890s, there was a person called Sekino Tadasuke, who was also an engineer, architect. And there was a controversy and debate over the restoration or the repair work. There was a criticism on his method or approach to the repair. And this is the main hall of the Shinyaku Shiji Temple. This is quite early repair work in that era. And this is before repair. And you can see that this is from Nara era, but there is some addition from the following era, and then during the repair, this addition was removed. So there was a controversy about this repair work because some people believe that this temple hampers the original state. This is before and this is after the repair. You can see that the repair was about going back to the original form. So stylistic restoration in the Western world is also identified in this approach. So Suzy Zennosuke actually consolidated the method of the repair. And you can see these details in 2.1.1 of my paper. Basically, there were two repair methodologies. One is the stylistic repair, or the stylistic restoration. And if the historic data is not sufficient, then the second approach was the original state, restoring the original state. And one thing that we need to pay attention in the Japan's repair approach is structural consolidation, because there are many earthquakes occurred in Japan. This is another case of the repair in 1890, Dosho Daiji Temple. And you can see here is the King Post Trust, which is quite modern. Structure was applied in order to do some structural consolidation. So this is the detailed drawing. And for Korea, we unfortunately had to experience Japanese colonial rule in 1910. And as you can see here, in 1907 to 1909, the repair of the Namdaemun Gate was the very first repair work of the time. But for this repair work, there was no architecture heritage professionals participated. The Seokguram Grotto and the Pyongyang Botongmun Gate were repaired in 1913, and that was very important because they were approached as the architecture heritage, and the Japanese repair methodologies were applied in this case. I can say that this is quite unfortunate that there were almost non-Korean experts participated in this repair work. Kiko Tomodata was the chief for the repair work, and the Japanese people participated in the repair, and therefore the Japanese repair methodologies were applied. So this is the look for the repair work for the Pyongyang Botongmun Gate. The survey at the time was done very extensively, and the report was very in detail. And the Pyongyang Botongmun Gate was the wooden structure. And for the mansory, the Seokguram Grotto was repaired in the same year. Koreans know quite well about the Seokguram Grotto. Half of Seokguram Grotto was dismantled. And then, as you can see here, the concrete was used to cover it. So concrete is the modern material, and that was used in the consolidation. And Dojo Daiji Temple, as I shared, was repaired with the modern technique, and that is also true here. This is the current picture of the Seokguram Grotto. See that there was another the repair work after the liberation from the Japanese colonial rule. And I talked about going back to the original form, and as one of the Japanese repair principle, and that was also exercised in Korea. the Sudoksa Daehungjeon Hall of Sudoksa Temple here. This is the before repair. And some of the windows that seem to be restored later on, and after the foundation of this hall were all removed, and the repair focused on the going back to the original form. So this people believed that this hall was losing the original form from the Koryo area. So doors and here and the windows were all removed based on the historical data. As I shared, the style restoration has become a little bit differentiated, or has become a little bit changed in 1920s. After the repair work started in Korea, there has been like 20 and 30 years of experience, and then the techniques and methodologies were evolved. Some issues and the problems were identified from the going back to the original form approach. So the laws were amended in Japan in 1929 so that more experts are participated in the work. And if you look at this picture, this is the Gyeong-hwan Hall of Cheongpyeong Temple. When the repair is done to go back to the original form, more input from the experts were thought about. So by having more study and more intensive study and survey, the reports of repair reports are made in more detail, and then the survey become very important in the work. And for the structure consolidation perspective, as I showed in the Sakguram Grotto, here you can see the Miruksaji, the stone pagoda. You can see that the concrete is used again in order to consolidate the structure. And the stone pagoda repair drawing, you can see the use of concrete. And stone pagoda, another stone pagoda in Bunhangsa Temple. So the use of concrete in that era was quite widely accepted. And in 1990 and 2000, actually, we, as people become more interested in the cultural heritage, people are asking questions about the use of the concrete to the stone pagoda. So actually, those concrete consolidation was removed. This is the inside where the concrete was used. And after the liberation from the Japanese colonial rule, as I said, before that, there were a lot of Japanese in the repair work. But after the liberation, although we had some changes, like we had changes in Japan, like strengthening of the participation of expo, those things were not easily transferred to Korea. So this is Hyun, who participated in the repair work after the liberation from Japanese colonial rule. And you can see some drawings that he created. And in 1950, after Han Chul-lee passed away during the Korean War, there was another personnel called Chun Lim who worked at the National Museum of Korea, and he devoted himself into the repair work. And these are the pictures from the project he participated. So the repair methodologies that were used during the Japanese colonial rule were maintained even after the post-colonial period, even in the post-colonial period. Muisa Gungnak Bojan, or the Muisa Gungnak Hall of the Muisa Temple, you can see that the repair focused on the uniformization of the styles. And this part is also included in the repair project report. So the practice was maintained. And Namdaemun Gate was repaired in 1960s. And that was a very important event. As you can see from the pictures, this is taken after the big fire in 2008. You can see the structure consolidation in areas where which are not seen. And that was identified after the fire, the repair after the fire. And Daehungjeon Hall of Sudoksa's method repair work approach is also maintained here. The windows here are recovered. And the drawings. The structure consolidation was widely used in Japan. But in Korea, the joint connections for the wooden structure is something where the structural consolidation was done. But for the masonry structure, you can see that the red stones or strips were used in order to do some structural consolidation in the areas where which are not feasible. Let me share the recent trends. As I shared, until 1990, the Japanese type of a repair approaches and the methodologies were applied. However, ever since then, there has been some changes because Korea experienced a lot of changes in 1970s and 80s, including rapid economic growth. People are becoming more interested into the protection of cultural heritage. And in 1990s, with the growing attention and awareness of the importance of the cultural heritage, we saw that the agency was promoted to the administration, as we now have the Cultural Heritage Administration, and the relevant laws were amended. And there were some foundations were laid to preserve and protect the modern architecture heritage. And also some critical review was done to the previous method. And one of the events behind it was that in 1995, Korea started the process to register Sakguram Grotto as the World Heritage. So that was a quite good opportunity for Koreans to revisit their repair approaches and the methodologies and replacement of components and the going back to the original form approach. Those things were reviewed critically in this era. And I think this is kind of a transition where we can see both traditional and new methodologies. Based on the understanding of the international principles for the preservation and based on the understanding for the significance of the authenticity, people are starting to discuss new approaches and the principles, but at the same time, we can see the application of the conventional method at the field. And the scientific approach has been emphasized more recently. There was an occasion in Korea where the scientific approach became more important. In 1994, Seongsu Bridge collapsed and the Sampoong department store collapsed in 1995. So the structural safety of buildings became a social issue, and then it affected the architecture heritage too. This is the Seung-su Bridge. About 32 people died from this accident. And this is the collapsed department store. More than 500 people died. So that dealt a huge blow to the Korean society, making people to think about the structure safety of buildings. And that also impacted the cultural heritage or the architectural heritage. So the structure analysis and diagnosis became a very important component and is done regularly. So these are kind of a chronological changes in terms of the repair approach in Korea. What about the issues that we are discussing and debating over? The original form, as I shared, has been a very important concept maintained in Korea, but now we are discussing what original form actually means, and if we preserve original form, what we need to preserve. So replacement of the components is one question that we are discussing. And as Eun-kyung discussed before, the systems institutional changes are underway on this matter. So the components, the current approach is trying to maintain or preserve the component as much as possible. And I said that the structural safety diagnosis become very routine, but there is an issue about conflict between the safety as a structure and the value as cultural heritage. So usually the structural safety analysis is done by the structure personnel or the structure experts, and they often have very different ideas and very different opinions from people who are focusing on the value of the architecture heritage as a cultural heritage. So there is a controversy over it. So these are the issues that we now debating over. So with that, I'd like to close my presentation. Thank you.
네, 강현 연구원님.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kang-hyun, for your presentation. Now I would like to move on to the next presentation, which will be provided by Mr. Kim Seun-gu from the Korea Foundation for Traditional Architecture and Technology. He will present on the research on architectural heritage repair and its application. Mr. Kim, please.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kim Seun-gu from the Korea Foundation for Traditional Architecture and Technology. Today, I want to provide a presentation on the research and study on architectural heritage repair that we conducted as per requested by the Cultural Heritage Administration. And today I want to talk about how the research and studies on architectural heritage repair changed, and we also have been utilizing on-site data in our research. And I would also like to talk about some of the priorities that we are thinking and some of the ways of utilizing this research result in order to make the preservation work much more effective and valid. I am the last presenter of today's seminar, so I think some of the contents of my presentation may overlap with the previous presentations, and it means that it's a much easier job for me to give a presentation. As you can see, before the repair, there is this maintenance and management of cultural heritage, and if there is a problem, the cultural heritage repair will be performed. And for both management and repair of cultural heritage, we will be conducting many research. For the management of heritage, we would be performing basic research and regular research, and we will be accumulating many data through these research. And for the repair of cultural heritage, we would be conducting measured design and dismantlement and also assembling research. We also have the cultural heritage repair contract, and we have 12 repair process and about 20 dismantlement process. So on page 156, you can see table 1, and these are some of the surveys and researches on wooden architectural heritage. First, we have basic surveys, and we also have surveys on architectural style and techniques, and also inspection of building materials and components. These are some of the major types of surveys and researches, and in addition, we have research on structural stability and also research on repair and reinforcement of structures. We are performing these researches in this way, and as I said, a variety of researches are being performed, and some of these researches are interrelated, and the result of researches can be used as a basis for policy making, and that is why we believe that these kinds of research and surveys are important even on site. This table shows the evolution of researches by different period. This is stated in table 4 of the material. It's on page 172. Before 1980s, most of the research were focused on basic research, literature-based research, and architectural style-related research, and also research on 단청 and the wall paintings were carried out. But until 1990s, the introduction of CAD, CAD, and the analysis of tree species started. So before the 1990s, the drawings were done manually by hand, but the CAD analysis was introduced in the 1990s, and the tree species analysis was initiated in this period. And in 2000s, precision, safety, evaluation, and tree species analysis became much more advanced, and the scope of research gradually expanded. Especially centering on the Sungnaemun Gate of Seoul, various kinds of research have been conducted simultaneously. The reason why the scope of research was expanded for the research on Sungnaemun Gate was because at this time, the technologies to conduct research were developed, and especially Sungnaemun project actually conducted research on the traditional materials and traditional techniques, and that is why the scope of research was enlarged greatly during this period. And between 2010 and 2020, a lot of research have been performed. But unfortunately, the on-site measured survey and literature survey were weakened because of the growth of the science-based detailed survey. The reason why there was a growth of scientific survey during this period was not only because of the advancement in research technique, but it was because also of the institutional support provided by the government. For example, the research based on dismantlement was mandated by the Korean legislation, and the advancement in technology and such institutional support were combined together to support the growth of scientific research in this field. So let me now talk about some of the changes in historical background research. For basic research, we would mostly performing preliminary research. So for the management of cultural heritage, we will be conducting these preliminary research, and for the repair of cultural heritage, we would be studying the traces on the building materials. For example, the writings on wooden building elements, and also the interpretation of the writings on traditional building elements will be conducted through literature-based survey, but there are limitations to this literature survey. But nowadays, because we can utilize the history of the structures and history of the region together, we can do more. So now I would like to talk about the research on architectural style and technique. The structural elements and for the preliminary research and regular research and measured research, we would be studying these topics, and even during the repair, we would be making structural decisions and judgment. This one is how the measurement is done on sites to study architectural style. So for example, there are these architectural styles that differ by period. So we can assume the timing of the building of this structure, and we can study the concepts of these architectural styles. But we are applying more and more scientific approaches to study these architectural styles. For example, in the past, we had to measure this by hand, but now we are using 3D scanners to get a more accurate measurement. This is a 2D measurement, and on top you can see the 3D scan-based measurement. And if you use these scientific approaches, you can see the structural composition of the structures and also some of the changes in the structures. And with the advancement of equipment, we can now utilize polygons, but the data is a very heavy data. Given the characteristic of a wooden structure, there are some hidden spaces. So instead of investigating the detailed composition of building materials, we can analyze the location of each building material and the overall appearance. This is what was attempted for the Sungnaemun Gate project. We used the BIM approach, and we were able to measure the distance between these two building materials and also analyze the styles, architectural styles. And we are building a BIM system for not only repair but also for the management of cultural heritage. We are also reinforcing our research on tancheong and wall painting, and new techniques are being used. In preliminary research, we would be researching the basic patterns, and also we will also be conducting much more detailed research during the repair stage. Basic research data will be researched, and photos, drawings, and paintings will be analyzed. And we are also analyzing the overlapping of tancheong patterns, because as many repair works are conducted, sometimes paintings overlap existing painting. And in that process, traditional patterns are replaced with other new patterns. So we are also trying to identify whether there are any valuable patterns hidden by the new patterns. And we would be creating these kinds of tables based on the measured survey, and we would be creating these drawings. And these drawings will not be directly applied on the repair site, but only those feasible parts can be applied in reality, but we are still making these records. So this part here is based on actual measurement, and on the left-hand side, you can see the measurement by ultraviolet rays, and also there is another type of measurement on the right-hand side, ultra-red rays. And here you can see the figure of a Buddha and a vacant space. So in the actual measurement, this vacant space was not identified, but by using these rays, infrared rays, we were able to identify these vacant spaces. So the ultraviolet rays sometimes recognize these spots as a tainted part. And here you can see how photos are utilized to identify clearer patterns. And we are also using these infrared rays to distinguish the damaged parts. And recently, we are trying to analyze the historical value of the structural elements. So we are analyzing the tancheong painting using X-rays. So once the analysis on materials is conducted, well, here you can see a publication made by the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage in 2020. So we are recording the utilization of building materials and documenting the use of building materials. So moving on to wooden building materials, we're not only focusing on architectural styles and techniques, but we are also analyzing the damages to wooden building materials and the species of trees and the period when the tree was used for the building of this structure. So this wooden building material is used both in preliminary research and the cultural heritage repair related research. So first we would check with our eyes to see whether there is any damage to the wooden building material, and then we will be conducting an analysis of tree species, and we would be identifying the type of the trees and the type of the building material. And as I said, we are also conducting a dendrochronological analysis. And the reason why this dendrochronological analysis is important is because, for example, in the case of Sungnaemun Gate, we can see when the repair was done. For example, the blue parts was the repair that happened most recently. So this dendrochronological analysis provides a very locally focused data, but we can come up with an overall analysis of the repair history of the structure. And here, this pattern or technique is a very rare technique that is rarely found in historical structures. So through these analysis, we were able to identify this kind of valuable information. And non-destructive drilling test is also being conducted. And here you can see the yellow parts. And the yellow part represents the weak points of the structures. So we conducted a non-destructive test on the experiment target, and we cut the parts to check whether the impact was there. And we also took an X-ray photo to measure the effectiveness of the non-destructive test. But depending on the size of this building material, the use of the non-destructive test may be useful or not. So these weak parts, instead of replacing these building materials, we are trying to reuse these building materials as much as possible by identifying those reusable parts through these non-destructive tests. Moving on to structural stability inspections, there are three types. First, we have to research the stability of the ground. We have to check first whether the internal ground structure is stable. And we would also have to think about how to reinforce the structural elements. And once the building material is undermined, we would have to think about how to physically reinforce these building materials. The red parts here are the weak parts, the weak grounds. And during the planning stage, we would be thinking about how to reinforce the ground structure. And this is an assessment of the stability of the building material. A wooden structure would have to have resistance against the force coming from the side. But when restoring this building material or when reusing this building material, we would have to assess the stress coming from the top and how to reinforce this building material. So the forces coming from the top and the forces coming from the sides, if we think about these two sides, we could come up with a basis to utilize the building materials on site as much as possible. For example, let me give you an example of a building material reinforcement project that happened in Jeonju. So this part here is where the building materials were located, and as you can see, there is a damage to the front part. And this building material was reused, and it was damaged again, and this is the current state. And we conducted a non-destructive test, and we came up with a decision to cut this part and reuse the remaining part. And we carried out a drilling test, and we determined the safety of this building material and made a decision to reuse this building material again. And this picture shows the process, cutting down the damaged parts and reinforcing the building material and reinstalling after reinforcing the building material. So the decision on reusing the building material or abandoning the building material will be based on the studies on tree species and the tanchang patterns and various kinds of techniques. So if this building material should be repaired instead of replaced for the benefit of the structure, we would be trying to repair the building materials. So we are conducting various kinds of research, and we built a BIM system. And there are about 100,000 data for each structure. So we came up with this idea of managing the repair history in a comprehensive repair system. But at the moment, the data was too dispersed, and it was difficult to access the dispersed data. So we wanted to gather these data in one place and increase the utilization rate on site. So AI-based analysis, big data analysis, cloud-based analysis. We wanted to utilize these technologies in our surveys and research. So we are trying to increase the utilization of IT technologies. For example, if this building is being repaired, we would be utilizing data related to the repair of this structure and the technologies used in the repair and so on. So once a repair project is finished, a wide array of data will be accumulated within the database. And only when we have clear records of repair, we can carry out the repair in a better way next time. And we are also carrying out modeling of each building material, and we are creating modeling data for each building material. For point data and polygon data, the 2D data, these are 2D data. So the data here is very different from these 2D data. So if you click on this building material, you can see information in this way, as you can see on the slide. As I explained, the purpose was to gather the data related to cultural heritage repair in one place. So if you click on this certain building, you can see whether this building material is in its original form or whether it's changed or repaired. So in real time, you can see the information. So we are managing this cultural heritage repair system, and this is a real-time system. So even though it's at a very early stage, we believe that if we can gather much more data going forward, we will be able to enhance the accessibility of data. And if we can do so, we will be able to manage each and every building material better, and we will be able to enhance the value of the overall building. So if you click on the building material, you can see the properties related to that building material and all other kinds of information. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
네, 김성공 부장님.
Thank you very much, Seun-gu Kim. We'd like to have the discussion. And before that, we'd like to have a special lecture on the ISCARSAH principle, guidelines on the analysis, conservation and structure, restoration of architecture heritage. It is delivered by the Pere Roca.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for this very nice opportunity to present the work of the ISCARSAH committee on the guidelines on the analysis, conservation, and structural restoration of architectural heritage. This is really a very nice opportunity. I am sorry I was not able to come to Seoul, and I am certainly very, very grateful for this possibility to present them in a remote way. So, as you probably know, the main output so far of the ISCARSAH committee have been the principles for the analysis, conservation, and structural restoration of architectural heritage that were approved by ICOMOS in 2003. Now, the committee is working in a guidelines that would, in a way, complement the principles. So let me first try to justify, to explain why we work and intend to produce this new set of guidelines. First, we want to assist technicians in the application of the ISCARSAH principles in real practice. The principles are actually a complex document. Their application is in need of some guidance. Second, we want to address and provide some clear ideas on some critical concepts, as in particular, the concept of minimal intervention. Of course, working on the guidelines is an interesting opportunity for discussion. Actually, many colleagues from ISCARSAH have contributed to the new document. And also, with the new guidelines, we want to accommodate the principles to the ISO 13822 document, and especially with its Annex I on heritage structures. So let me present the new document, the guidelines. They are organized in the following way. First, there is a chapter on general criteria, and then several chapters following the phases of the study of a historical structure, starting with anamnesis, dealing with information, investigation, acquisition of data, diagnosis and assessment of structural performance, the phase oriented to conclude on the causes of damage, the performance of the structure, and the needs for strengthening or intervention in general. Then a chapter on therapy, on the design, selection, and design of interventions. And then another chapter on quality control and monitoring. During this phase, quality control and monitoring, we obviously intend to control to make sure that the intervention is working in an efficient way, and to, if necessary, identify the needs for improving the intervention. The guidelines also include a final chapter on an explanatory report, a final report which should include a summary of all the hypotheses, methods, conclusions on the study that should be prepared by the entire multidisciplinary team responsible for the studies. So let me first say something about the general criteria, and in particular, the definition of the minimum intervention. So first, in the chapter on general criteria, we discuss on the purpose of the guidelines. The main purpose is to provide criteria and assistance for the study and intervention on heritage structures. In particular, we want to provide guidance in the application of more fundamental documents, such as the ISCARSAH principles and the Annex I on heritage structures of ISO 13822. We, in the guidelines, give significant importance to the multidisciplinary team. We allocate very much importance to the multidisciplinary team. We recognize that all the knowledge provided by all experts involved in the studies is indispensable. The guidelines are addressed to the entire multidisciplinary team. However, they are also expected to be useful to authorities and decision makers with responsibility in the conservation of architectural heritage. It is important to mention that the guidelines are not only meant for the study of very important individual monuments, they are also oriented to more modest works like buildings in villages and similar cases that may attain significant cultural value due to their contribution to the identity of an urban area or a rural setting. A very important idea in the guidelines is in the fact that the selection of appropriate interventions must be based on the evaluation of their impact on the heritage values. We recognize actually that any intervention will have some possible impact on the heritage values. Therefore, we need to first identify the heritage values and then evaluate the impact of any intervention on such heritage values. There is the need to identify the heritage values and the character-defining elements that contribute to them. This is a task entitled to the entire multidisciplinary team that may include architects, archaeologists, engineers, historians, and other experts. Therefore, we need to first try to identify such character-defining elements. We distinguish between tangible and intangible character-defining elements. I will not discuss them into detail, but let me just mention that among the tangible character-defining elements, we have the geometry, the materials, the structural organization, the construction details, the location, the historical modifications experienced by the structure across its different historical periods. And perhaps a bit controversial, we also identify as character-defining elements the imperfections and possible damage. And we believe that they should be respected, provided that they do not compromise the safety requirements and the structure's durability. Along with the tangible, we also identify some intangible character-defining elements, among them the construction traditions and the techniques that may be revealed by the structure, the structural concepts of the ancient builders, the original use and function, all the ancient knowledge, practice, culture, cultural associations, historical events that can be obtained through investigating the structure, and the spirit and feeling conveyed by the historical construction. We recognize, as I have already mentioned, that any intervention will entail to some degree certain positive or negative impact on the heritage values. The definition of the minimum intervention takes into account this impact of interventions in the heritage values. The minimum intervention is defined as an intervention that optimally combines compliance with structural requirements with the maximum possible protection and enhancement of the heritage values. In addition to protecting the heritage values, the minimum intervention, of course, has to protect the human life, and has to pay attention to environmental sustainability and cost effectiveness. The document, as you will see, is largely devoted to discuss the strategies that can be considered to find convenient minimum interventions. A very important idea in the guidelines is in the fact that structural performance and conservation are seen as compatible, even complementary conditions that are not in contradiction. As shown by experience, the experience of many countries, including Italy and other countries all over the world, the minimum intervention approach is often, in many cases, also the most efficient and reliable solution from the point of view of the structural performance. In other words, structural solutions that don't radically alter the structural response are often the more efficient ones from a resistant point of view. Another very important concept in the guidelines is the fact of recognizing that conventional calculation techniques and legal codes, conventional legal codes or standards, mostly oriented to modern structures, may be difficult to apply or even inapplicable to ancient structures. Instead, we propose as an alternative a more flexible approach, a multidisciplinary approach, which is strongly based on the scientific method and which involves the combination of 4 activities. Those activities are historical research, inspection. We mean by inspection the characterization of the condition of the structure in its present state, monitoring, and structural analysis. All these activities are equally important. All of them should be used in the study of a historical structure, and they should be correctly integrated in the study. recognizing that all of them will contribute in a meaningful way. So let me now discuss the chapters associated with the phases of the study and say something about anamnesis, diagnosis and assessment of the structural performance, therapy, and quality control and monitoring. So let me say something first about anamnesis. Anamnesis involves all the studies necessary to obtain the conclusions on the present condition of the building and the causes of existing decay and damage. It includes all the data acquisition campaigns and investigations, such as laboratory testing, field testing, and other that may be necessary to obtain all the information that will be later used on concluding on the condition of the structure. As I have already said, anamnesis will be based on the activities already referred, historical and architectural research, inspection, and investigations for architectural and structural documentation, monitoring, and structural analysis. Within the anamnesis phase, structural analysis is oriented to investigate the performance of the structure under a variety of past actions. We investigate the response under past actions to try to associate them with the existing damage and decay in the structure. So let me say something now about diagnosis and assessment of structural performance, the second phase of the study. The aim is to conclude on the structure's condition and the possible need for a strengthening intervention. In the structural condition is obviously investigated for the present state of the building. We can identify three main targets, three different but intimately related targets. First, very important, of course, the safety of people, the users of the building. Second, the integrity of the structure itself as a cultural heritage object, taking into account its authenticity. We are dealing with heritage structures that can include many heritage character-defining elements. Therefore, one of our aims is to preserve the integrity of the structure as a cultural object, including the preservation of its authenticity. The third target is the safeguard of possible valuable immovable cultural and artistic contents like frescoes or paintings on walls. They may have significant value and should be also preserved. Considering these three different targets is what makes this problem, the problem of evaluating a historical building, very complex. It is indeed a very complex problem. In the case of a modern building, we normally care about the conventional ultimate limit states and serviceability limit states. In a historical building, in addition to the conventional ultimate and serviceability limit states, we need to consider also the integrity of the structure as a cultural heritage object, and then the safeguard of possible cultural and artistic contents. Regarding this third condition, we propose that in the presence of very valuable paintings or frescoes fixed to the walls or walls, we should adopt specific serviceability limit states oriented to limit deformation and cracking as a way to preserve the integrity of such paintings or frescoes. Another very important idea in the guidelines, perhaps a potentially controversial idea, is the possibility of reconsidering the structural performance levels. We mentioned that in some cases, the protection of the structural heritage values may require the acceptance of a performance level lower than that implicit in building design codes. We accept that we may apply or consider lower performance levels than those recognized by modern building codes. The possibility or the need to reconsider the reliability levels emerges when a satisfactory solution with sufficiently limited impact on the heritage values is not possible. When, due to severe damage or severe structural deficiencies, it is not possible to find an intervention solution sufficiently limiting the impact on the heritage values, we then may consider the possibility of reducing the performance levels, the considered performance levels. However, we need to ensure the safety of people. The safety of people is certainly negotiable. Therefore, we say that in these cases, when we reduce the structural requirements, we need to adopt parallel measures. Parallel measures should be adopted to limit the consequences of a failure on people. Possible measures are, for instance, restricted uses, different uses, or possible alternate escape routes. For structural assessment, we also propose a new, more broad approach compared to that proposed by conventional codes or methods. We propose to base the evaluation of the structural performance on the integration of 4 different approaches. Such approaches are historical analysis based on the investigation of the past performance of the structure, the qualitative, also called comparative analysis, based on the comparison with similar constructions whose behavior is already understood, the experimental analysis based on performing load tests on site experiments to measure the load capacity of structural members, and finally, the analytical approach based on the application of structural analysis to evaluate the structural performance of the structure. In the case of structural assessment, the structural analysis is used to simulate the performance of the structure under future actions and therefore conclude on the safety of the structure, the adequate or inadequate performance of the structure under these new possible actions. So let me say something now about therapy, the design and selection of interventions. First of all, we propose a set of intervention criteria. Such intervention criteria should assist in designing minimum interventions. I will not describe these criteria into detail because I think that they are well known. They are mostly well known. The compatibility with the original materials and techniques, the durability criterion, the non-invasiveness criterion, I really think that they are well known. The removability, also called in some cases irreversibility criterion, the feasibility, controllability, the need to control the execution, the performance of the structure during the execution of intervention and after the execution of intervention, the sustainability of the interventions. Let me, however, focus on a criterion which probably is a new addition in our guidelines, the so-called retreatability criterion. According to the retreatability criterion, any intervention should not compromise future interventions. Any intervention should be designed in such a way that it will make possible future interventions. This is a criterion that should be considered in any case for all interventions. However, it is a very important criterion and it should be enforced when removability or reversibility are not possible. When the intervention is such that it will not be possible to dismantle it in the future. In that case, especially, we should make sure that the retractability condition is verified. We recognize that apply these criteria in practice is quite challenging. We regard these criteria not as absolute principles, enforced absolute principles, but as guidelines or inspirational principles that may assist in the design of solutions approaching the concept of minimum intervention. Since, as we have said, it is important to measure, to evaluate the impact of interventions in the heritage values, on the heritage values, we need therefore to propose a way to evaluate such impact on the heritage values. This is also a very challenging aim. As a possible approach to evaluate the impact of interventions on heritage values, we propose a categorization of interventions in 3 different levels or categories. The level or category of null or low impact interventions, the category of moderate impact interventions, interventions that have a moderate impact on the heritage values, and interventions that have a high impact on the heritage values. This is still in discussion in the committee, in the ISCARSAH committee. We still need to elaborate this categorization and to, in more detail, in a more clear way, define every category. So I will not discuss now these categories. Moreover, this is potentially a very controversial issue, so we need to really think carefully about this. I hope that in the future we may provide a clear categorization for classifying and evaluating the impact of interventions in the heritage values. So let me now finish my presentation with some final remarks. As a summary, let me insist in the fact that we propose in the guidelines a multidisciplinary, multi-level and broad approach for the study of historical structures based on the combination of different activities, all of them being very important: historical research, inspection, monitoring, structural analysis. The minimum intervention is the main target of the entire envisaged process, the main aim of the process. In order to identify adequate minimum interventions, we need first to identify and investigate the heritage values, and then to evaluate the impact of any intervention solution on the heritage values. For that purpose, we propose an engineering approach based on classifying the interventions according to their impact on the heritage values. This engineering approach should assist any technician in identifying and designing adequate minimum interventions. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much on behalf of the committee working on the guidelines. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
네, 페레로카 교수님의
Thank you very much, Dr. Roca. I really appreciate for your participation online. We will have the discussion session. Would like to take 15-minute break for seat arrangement. This now is 5 p.m., so we will come back at 5:15.
네, 그럼
Well, would like to start the discussion session. The chair for the discussion is former Director General of NRICH, Dr. Jong-deok. Well, welcome everyone once again. I really appreciate you for participating in the seminars for quite a long hours. It has been very active sessions. I think we are about 30 minutes behind the schedule, so let us just start without any further ado. Dr. Stephen Kelly from University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee shared that Dr. Stephen Kelly is not able to participate through Zoom now. So Professor Kang's questions to Dr. Kelly will be shared and the responses will be shared online. And Professor Marcelo Furtado is not able to participate. So Thomas Morrison, Secretary General of ISCARSAH, will be substituting the Professor Furtado. So let us begin. Let's hear from Professor In-ho Song for discussion.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Song In-ho. I would like to start my discussion for Professor Arun's presentation. I have my discussion paper in the brochure, so I would like to read out my discussion paper. I have read Dr. Görün Arun's manuscript, and through ISCARSAH principle for the analysis, conservation, and structural restoration of architectural heritage presented today, I could see that it was a result arranged based on ISCARSAH's preservation philosophy, professional knowledge, and site's accumulated experience. As it is a document adopted as ICOMOS Charter at ICOMOS Congress, and there are many scientific committees, international committees like ISCARSAH within ICOMOS, and at the General Congress of ICOMOS, this charter was passed. So these principles shared by Dr. Arun is an internationally agreed principles, and I was able to reaffirm the capacity of ISCARSAH through today's presentation. And I fully agree to the opinion of Dr. Arun and her explanation. But I would like to ask two questions to Dr. Arun. First of all, I want to ask a question regarding the terminologies. As I was talking about the title of the principles, I used the word structural restoration. But I think there has to be a difference between the word building and the word structure. So I want to get a more detailed explanation about the relationship between these words. For example, architectural heritage and historical heritage building and historic building, what are the relations between these major terms? The reason why I am asking you this question is because we need to take note of the difference between Byzantine architecture built with brick-built structure and wooden structure style of East Asia built in Gothic style. So I think building and structure may be different in their definition. So is there a difference in the meaning and scope of these words? For example, historic building and architectural heritage. So it would be great if you could explain a little bit more about the relationship between these terminologies. And secondly, you mentioned in your abstract During their long life, historical structures have experienced many actions occurring over long periods of time and endured long-term deteriorating effects. And also in foreword, you mentioned, to quote, "The past-built heritage is a unique knowledge resource, an irreplaceable expression of diversity of the past," unquote. I fully agree to these excerpts. I also believe that architectural heritage, its value is not fixated in one specific period. So I would be grateful if you could explain a little bit more about the principles of restoration and the standards of intervention. Dr. Arun was very active in Turkey, and I think architectural heritage such as the Topkapi Palace kitchen or Justinian churches of Hagia Sophia are the heritage which have withstood wind and wave. So here, I think we also need to think about the relationship between building and structure. So when we approach the restoration of these architectural heritage, what would be the important principles and criteria for intervention and restoration? So it would be great if you could elaborate a little bit more in detail about the restoration and intervention standards. And Dr. Arun mentioned about the ISCARSAH principles, and we also listened to a comment about the guidelines that are being prepared. And through the presentation by Professor Roca, we were able to listen to some of the works on the guidelines. And as I was listening to the information on general criteria, diagnosis, structural performance verification, and so on, I began to think that we could have more discussions in the future between East Asia and other parts of the world. And I hope that these guidelines could reflect on the values of different civilizations and different cultures. That's it. Thank you.
For all your discussions. As far as I understood, the first question is the difference between structure and historic building. Structure is the load-bearing elements of a building. So building has many other components. Not all of them are load-bearing, but structure is the load-bearing elements. It may be diverse, as it may be masonry, wood, iron, or concrete, and any kind of construction material. So, is it?
But I want to know about the difference between the masonry structure and the wood frame structure.
Okay. Well, I didn't explain that in my presentation, but masonry structure, all the walls are load-bearing. Let's say most of the walls are load-bearing. The load-bearing elements are walls. Piers, it may be piers also. But in wood frame, there will be columns and beams, column and beam structure, and masonry will be made by stone, brick, or even earth. But the load-bearing elements are wall, mainly. And for the floor, they are the floor beams. Of course, they are not masonry, usually. So, is it satisfactory, the description? Okay. The second question was the intervention criteria. Was it? Did I understand correctly? Coming to the intervention, the structure has to be investigated first by a multidisciplinary team determined according to the type and scale of the problem. So they will decide on what kind of intervention has to be applied, either rehabilitation, repair, or whatever kind of intervention is. So it's not a one person's decision, it's a team's decision. It has to be team's decision. So.
조금 더
Yes, may I ask one? I think for the first question, was about the definition of architectural and structure between the wooden structures and the masonry structures. And I think the second question was about the diversity of the past. For example, 1,000 years ago and 500 years ago, when there is a conflict between these past, what kind of principles can we have? I think that was the second question. So when there is a conflict among the different past, what kind of restoration principles can be used? So I think you can take an example of Hagia Sophia Church.
And the years, it depends mostly on the beliefs and the culture's definition of as a heritage. So that's why it cannot be defined as certain criteria. So the building or a structure may be very old, but it might not have any impact on the people living there. And the building may be in 2 or 3 years old, but it might have an impact on that culture. So it has to be evaluated according to the culture it belongs. So it's not dependent on how old is the building. Was it what you expected, or did I understood correctly what you asked?
뭐 잘 제가 이해하건대는.
Yes. I think the heritage value and significance are the two major factors deciding on the direction of restoration. Yes, let me step in. Because we are listening through the simultaneous interpreter's interpretation, I would like to ask the speakers and panelists to speak slowly and pace your speech so that simultaneous interpretation can be provided more smoothly. Now we would like to move on to Professor Park Kyung-nim.
Well, thank you. Well, I really enjoyed Dr. Kelly's presentation on the contemporary issues on the conservation and restoration of heritage structure, and ICOMOS and ISCARSAH members' presentations were also insightful. The actual cases have been well studied in order to set the principles for preservation and restoration of heritage structures. For preservation, the reasonable approach and the limitation of the technologies are studied, and the document and data are being formulated and collected on it. But problems occurring at the site of the heritage repairs are not that easy. Of course, we want to apply the principles, but it's not easy to apply them uniformly and on a consistent basis. And at the same time, the needs and the demands of the users and also the state of architectures are very different. So modern architecture heritage's preservation and repair require new approaches and thought concerning their features. Dr. Kelly's presentation was really good on this point particularly. The users have demand to use the buildings for continuous use, but at the same time, those buildings or the architectures are considered as the cultural heritage. So that is why or where we see some differences, and it's not easy to define it clearly. So in this sense, it was good to hear the U.S. cases where the modern culture heritage object started to spread. Personally, it is unfortunate for us not being able to have real-time discussion, but still, Dr. Kelly's presentation inspired me a lot, so I'd like to appreciate that again. Well, during the process of building the modern architecture heritage need to be well understood in order to have a proper approach to repair and preservation of those heritage. Without full understanding of the process of the evolution, we may not be able to start the discussion on what kind of the values need to be preserved. The new manufacturing and production system made a way into the construction and architecture domain. So it is important to understand the significance of architecture object as a heritage when we decide the way or method for repair. And when it comes to the question of is it the cultural heritage or the mere structure, I think the similar questions are being raised. And I think the reason that we have that question is because we do not have sufficient information on it. Tomorrow, we will be listening to many different cases, the actual cases of repairs of the modern architecture heritage. Well, although these architecture heritages seem to be very similar to us, depending on the region, depending on the time, they have all different characteristics. So if we're not able to diagnose them clearly and precisely, then it would not be easy to repair them. The problem here is that most of those modern architectures are living heritage, which is in use even at this moment. And Of course, there are some cases whose use are being stopped, but most of them are in current use. So, for the architecture structures that are in use, there are many demands being made. For example, the energy efficiency or earthquake-resistant structure, or universal design to provide expanded access to the disabled. So there are so many different needs and demands that intervene into the repair and preservation of modern architecture heritage. So how do those demands interact with the principles of repairing and preserving the architecture heritage? How we can decide the scope of intervention that is necessary or that is important for the architecture heritage to be continuously used. And there are not just the social demands, but also there are aesthetical value or the intention of the creator. So how can we respect it? So there can be many more questions like this one. And the certain location and limited technologies define and decide or sometimes put in limitations on the modern architecture. So how can those differences and uniqueness be reflected into the guidelines? So as I shared, there are so many questions. And you can refer to the second page of my discussion paper. I share my questions. The first one is something that already Dr. Kelly touched upon during his presentation. But the second is like, how was the longevity of repaired buildings set under the guidelines? Actually, this question does not have a right answer, but requires wisdom. Not just the longevity of materials, but also the longevity or the lifespan of the system as a whole. How we can decide it? It requires in-depth discussion. And another question can be, what are the criteria for the selection of alternative materials used, which are not produced at now, and the replacement of curtain walls, whose structural performance has weakened, is allowed. You know, the curtain holes are the curtain holes that are not intended to be used for a long period of time. So whether we see it as a replaceable material or not, that can be also impacted and also influence the principle of what need to be replaced and can be replaced. So the factors that decide the value and who decide the value would be the important question to be discussed. And there are following questions in my paper, discussion paper. And I think these questions I will not go over in detail one by one now, but I think these questions may be those that deal with the differences in repair-related criteria between modern buildings that will continue to be used and cultural heritage. So because we are not able to listen from Dr. Kelly on site, I will just share my last comment now. Understanding the value and understanding the structure are two different things. Repair and preservation requires intervention, but the scope of the intervention can be very different. we have a lot of understanding, deep understanding on the materials and other components and the structure, but that is not always true for the understanding of the heritage value. And I think through the experience in the future, that kind of understanding need to be reflected into the principles. Somebody during the seminar said that the historical consciousness of those who preserve the heritage is important. But in that case, who is the people who preserve the heritage? I think it is not right to disconstruct or deny a certain era's characteristics in order to recover or repair it. And I think the original form, I do not agree with the original form per se, and I think it is important to understand the process, and rather than taking too much science-focused approach, or rather than relying on too much on the guideline, may not be a good way because it will limit our interventions or our approaches to the modern architecture. So with that, I'd like to finish here.
박경림 교수님.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Park.
And I think, as I said, what is shared with the Professor Park will be shared with Professor Kelly, and the responses will be shared later on.
Next, I would like to invite Professor Khalid El-Harouni for his discussion.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Khalid El-Harouni from Morocco. And I would like to thank the organizer of this great event, including the Cultural Heritage Administration of Korea, the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage Korea, and the Korea Foundation for the Traditional Architecture and Technology, KOFTA, and ICOMOS-KOREA, and ICOMOS-ISCARSAH. Let me tell you also one thing. This is my third time in Korea, because I love this country. I love, of course, your culture and heritage. Now, regarding the presentation of Dr. Cho Eun-kyung, it was a nice presentation, and I appreciated very much her presentation. I have 3 issues, maybe 1 or 2 questions to her. First of all, the weakening of national culture during the period of Japanese colonization, the advent of the Western model at the time of country's independence, and the rejection of traditional culture in the context of urban development made it necessary to create laws of cultural protection in Korea. So the Korean government, therefore, enacted the Cultural Heritage Protection Law. which is still in force 60 years later. In this way, intangible heritage, I will come back to this aspect. Intangible heritage has been continuously introduced and transmitted in Korea. But now, regarding the process of amending laws, new articles and clauses were added to the Cultural Heritage Repair Law in 2016, 2019, 2020, and 2021 to compensate for its insufficiency. My first question to Dr. Cho Eun-kyung, can you please give us more explanation of this insufficiency? The last issue, it concerns the intangible heritage. But before, we can say that the evolution of Korean society, urbanization, and globalization have had regrettable effect on the national cultural heritage. The question of the future of this cultural heritage, therefore, arises acutely, particularly in the face of the legislative text that are limited in a monumental conception of heritage, while the current universally recognized normative criteria integrate intangible, or we can say also community aspects such as know-how and its holder. I think I like also the presentation of Choi, our chair, in his Keynote address, and he speaks also, he talked also about this kind of intangible, like the know-how and its holders. So this is also my second question to Dr. Cho. Do you think that this actual law, we can find all these issues regarding intangible heritage? Thank you very much.
네. 하루니 교수님.
Yes. I explained about the Cultural Heritage Repair Act in my presentation, and I think Professor Haruni pointed out a very important point that I may missed during my presentation. So I want to thank Professor Haruni for those questions. So for the first question, since 2016, there were some amendments to the Cultural Heritage Repair Act, and Professor Haruni asked about the reason why the amendments had to be made, and he asked for some more detailed explanations about the background of these amendments. During my presentation, I briefly mentioned about this, but to my understanding, the biggest trigger of the amendments was the restoration project for the Sungnaemun Gate. There was a controversy about the shabby rehabilitation of the Sungnaemun Gate. And the controversy lasted for a while, and the soundness of the cultural heritage repair business and also the practices of the engineers and also the decision makers and the lack of transparency in the process, all these became an issue during this time. So many weaknesses were revealed because of this Sungnae-mun Gate rehabilitation project. In 2013, about 100 experts were mobilized to review the safety of all cultural heritage across the nation. So there was this special investigation that took place in 2013. And with this as a starting point, safety evaluation and decision of cultural heritage repair, a systematic mechanism for the cultural heritage repair, and the need for the establishment of the system were pointed out, and that is what led to the amendments. The CHA came up with a basic plan called Innovative Response, and it is still in the process of implementing this basic plan. And secondly, the current Cultural Heritage Repair Act is, I think, the second question about whether the act will encompass intangible cultural heritage. In the Cultural Heritage Protection Act, I mentioned that there were two separate legislation additionally enacted regarding the buried heritage and also the cultural heritage repair. And there are new 12 legislation related to this. And you mentioned urbanization and globalization. So we have a special act on global heritage. And we also have a special act on historical heritage. And also a special act on old cities with historic values. So we have these different special acts. So even if the Cultural Heritage Repair Act may not cover everything related to cultural heritage repair, because we have these other special acts, we are currently covering the intangible heritage repair. So we are considering the diversity of cultural heritage, and we are thinking about how to cover these different types of cultural heritage in the Cultural Heritage Repair Act. And in the near future, I think we have to come up with a basic direction for how to treat this issue. And one of the issues that emerged recently was regarding the architectural heritage of the modern time. So I would like to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all these explanations. I would like to, I forget to say this, I would like to thank Dr. Yeon-su for her effort for make us in a comfortable situation. So thank you, Yeon-su. Thank you.
네, 조은경 과장님.
Well, Eun-kyung, thank you again. On the presentation by Kang, the General Director, Ladu Kasamir, will share his discussion and questions.
It's working? Okay. I was very impressed about the presentation that Mr. Kang here. Actually, I was impressed to find out that some principles that apply in Korea 100 years ago are still new for us. It's still applicable. Yes. And I just have one question for Mr. Kang. I'd like to find out Mr. Kang's opinion about collaboration between multidisciplinary specialists here in Korea, between architects, between engineers. Sorry, okay. And how they reach the conclusion of intervention. Because you know, every specialist wants to do more. Engineers want to do more structure, architects want to do less, right? And historical people want to do nothing. This is my question. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, I really appreciate your compact and concise question, and I will try my best to respond in the same way. I talked about the scientific approach became very popular in 2000 to the structural safety of the architecture heritage. So sometimes there has been some conflict between the structure safety and the protection and preservation of the architecture heritage. I believe the cooperation and collaboration among the experts are very possible, but I need to share the Korea's specific situation. The diagnosing the structure and deciding the scope of the repair, as Dr. Pere Roca and shared, and the principle is ISCARSAH principle, which is the minimum intervention. So these kind of the things need to be applied, and that would be ideal. However, when it comes to the structural safety issue, sometimes the over-replacement of the materials or over-focus on the structural safety have been witnessed in Korea. The reason is because it's not just about like experts. Actually, that's more about the media and the public perception. CHA or the National Assembly of Korea or the National Audit Agency in Korea, we do have some cases where the outside audit or this kind of a process required. So in that cases, the minimum intervention is not easy to apply as a principle. Let's say we apply the principle of minimum intervention, but if the issue arises as to the structure safety, then that becomes a huge issue. So that's why sometimes we see some cases where the structure safety is emphasized disproportionately. So what I see and what I believe is that the general perception of the preservation of the architecture heritage need to be enhanced. And I think that's really important. The ISCARSAH's guideline, I think, can be a good reference point when we think about like international convention and other international documents. And these documents and international guidelines were also discussed in Korea, and actually they were reflected into the so-called standard specification of Korea. However, it is not easy to apply those principles at site. So I think the public awareness or education, the public, I think that need to be also discussed even in the principles by ISCARSAH. Thank you. Let me move to the next discussant.
ISCARSAH 사무총장님.
Thomas Morrison, the Secretary General of ISCARSAH.
Thank you. At the last minute, one of our dear colleagues, Marcella, was not able to attend, and so I'm here to speak to her points. So for the next few minutes, instead of being Thomas Morrison, we can call me Mr. Marcella. Much of her perspective stems from the same view a few of us took, and that I think we come through from the ICOMOS lens, is that the biggest strength in ICOMOS is having that desire to come and talk with different viewpoints and say, what can you tell me about what you do? And I'll share some of the things that I do, and we'll see what we both take away from that exchange. So her discussion piece builds off that concept to say, okay, here's some insight this has given me for where you can go from there. This is also odd because now I'm here discussing the discussant paper, but we'll leave that be for now. The problem that comes up after kind of feeding from the discussion that Professor Kim touched on with the collection of large amounts of data, looking at how we can make it available to everyone, which is huge in our industry. This led Marcella towards the thought of, okay, what are some of the similar problems they're facing? And as I paraphrase it, or as I reword it for my own phrasing, she looks a bit at this challenge of how can a government with limited funds, because in the preservation world we do have to work with that constraint, and this is something the ISCARSAH principles is designed to consider, that you have to figure out where do you best use those funds, where do you need to intervene, and how do you minimize on a broad scale what you're doing and how you do it. So this can be a concept or a philosophy that carries across regardless as to the structural type. So the importance, and as was demonstrated in Dr. Kim's paper, the importance of developing this overall picture is fundamental to it. And Marcella, to give this example, takes some work they've been doing at the UNESCO World Heritage Site in Chile, and says, okay, here are some challenges for this site. One of the biggest challenges is the risk to fire and loss of assets due to fire. Followed from fire were risks with earthquakes, landslides, and non-legal graffiti. And while there was a lot of information on individual buildings, there needed to start working at the system to develop it, organize it, track it, so that it can be laid out for decision makers to say, hey, here is where our problems need additional thought and additional focus. So I think if, as speaking as Mr. Marcella, that is the main thoughts that she had to share, more so than a question, as I believe she was also considering your work. So thank you, Dr. Kim.
감사합니다. 두 분께
Yes, thank you. I think I am receiving questions from two people, and I think I'm a lucky person for that. And I think he first asked about the limitation in budget and how to make sure that the budget is implemented most efficiently. And also, he mentioned about the importance of exchanges and sharing. When a cultural heritage is repaired, of course, a lot of expenditure will be incurred, and the need for a greater amount of budget will arise. As the Korean government is trying to become a cultural powerhouse, trying to make Korea a cultural powerhouse, the Korean government is focusing on cultural heritage protection, because if our cultural heritage is destroyed, it can be detrimental to the economic side as well. But anyways, when we have the budget for cultural heritage repair, of course we have to manage that budget in an efficient way. So, first of all, we are focusing on increasing the capacity of cultural heritage repair engineers. And we believe that if we can build capacity of these engineers, we can reduce the cost that is needed in the repair. And we believe that that could lead to greater values in the future. Especially, Korea is very active in embracing new technologies. So shifting to a new technique, it's one of the areas of interest by many Korean people. So applying scientific technologies and techniques in cultural heritage repair, and also applying a multidisciplinary approach. This is an area of interest for not only the people here in this industry, but also to experts from different fields. As Ms. Jong-deok mentioned, people have positive sentiment towards the building of the BIM system and the application of new technologies and so on. So I think if these measures settle down, we believe that with a lesser budget, we can make sure that the cultural heritage repair is conducted in a more efficient way. And the technologies for cultural heritage repair, I think, should not only be shared by the people in the industry, but I think collaboration with other international organizations and can be helpful, because it can lead to technological development and it can better the cultural heritage repair.
Thank you very much for your active discussion and the questions and the responses. I really enjoyed the comments and the questions. And if there is any questions from the floor, I think there may be some points that need to be shared once again for clear understanding. To Professor Dr. Inosong asked a question.
Well, Professor Song asked a question to Dr. Arun, and he asked about the difference in terminologies. So he asked, what's the nuance difference between building and architectural heritage? I think Dr. Arun could once again describe the difference between the word structure and architectural heritage. Well, of course, structure can be an engineering term, such as the wooden structure or masonry or concrete or steel. And building is a more cultural term, I think. So is my understanding correct? Probably my understanding is wrong. So if possible, could you explain the difference between building and structure, the nuance difference between these two words, Dr. Arun? Building and structure.
The building includes structural components, non-structural components, designs, and everything in it. But structure is only the load-bearing element that makes up that building. So, okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, understood. Yes, I think we have the same understanding. And secondly,
Professor Park talked about the modern architecture heritage, and the question were posted to the Dr. Stephen Kelly. And during sharing his points, Professor Park talked about like the curtain wall. When the curtain wall was first introduced, because of the technical limitations at the time, the materials were used for the technical limitations, but now, whether we need to continue to use those materials, or is it okay or better to use more advanced materials? That was one of the questions posted to the Professor Kelly. Am I right in understanding your question, Dr. Park? Yes, I would say yes. I am not sure what kind of the responses that we can later have, because this is so interesting question.
And thirdly, Professor Khalid Haruni commented about the presentation by Ms. Jong-deok and the changes in the Cultural Heritage Repair Act. And he also asked about whether the act will cover the intangible heritage and relevant aspects. For example, the amendment of the Cultural Heritage Repair Act could bring about changes in administration, but in reality, is this really possible? And I think Ms. Cho answered that in the future there will be further amendments and developments to the act. So is my understanding correct, or is it okay? Yes, please go ahead. Yes. I think by listening to former director Choi, I think I might have misunderstood the question previously. The intangible aspect of the Cultural Heritage Repair Act. Well, I was talking about the protection of the people who have the intangible assets and how to transfer that skills and intangible assets to the next generation. And I mentioned that there are special acts covering that, but I don't think I covered about the technical aspects. There were comments about the traditional materials and traditional techniques. For example, the original material and the manufacturing process of the traditional material that can constitute intangible aspects. And for traditional technique, I think this was mentioned earlier. For example, the structure or the building materials or the ornaments can contain the traces of traditional technique. So if the question was about how to cover those elements, I think it's related to the parts on the cultural heritage repair engineers and technicians. They have a very exclusive position and they are certified by the Korean government, but continuous training and education for these technicians and engineers have to be provided in order to make sure that these intangible skills are transferred to the next generation. So even after being certified, these technicians and engineers would have to share their know-hows and cases of repair. And supporting these kinds of exchanges is a very important element. So in the amendment of the Repair Act, we are considering this argument because these technicians and engineers are also making this argument that the exchange between repair engineers and technicians have to be facilitated. So we also believe that there is a necessity to add that into the future amendments. Yes, thank you very much. I think thanks to your explanation, our understanding became clear.
And I think General Director Radu Kasamer asked the questions to Dr. Kang. And Dr. Kang talked about the structural safety and the culture heritage or the architecture heritage may be in conflict sometimes. And Japanese colonial rule period and the other eras when it comes to the repair of the architecture heritage, we can see that we are trying to apply the principle of minimum intervention. The repair of the architecture heritage can be done well when the public awareness is heightened, not just the experts.
And lastly, for Mr. Kim Seun-gu's presentation, Mr. Thomas Morrison commented about the limitation in budget and how to prioritize in the implementation of the budget. And Mr. Kim said that of course, there can be limitation in the budget, and one of the most important areas which have to be prioritized is the training of the people, personnel, and also compared to other countries, he mentioned that Korea is open to the utilization of new technologies and application of new technologies. So as data is accumulated and as the capacity of engineers and technicians increase, probably we will be able to carry out the cultural heritage repair in a more efficient manner with lesser budget. So we listened to presentations and panel discussions today, and I think I can summarize the key messages in this way. Cultural heritage management and repair have to be based on the principle of minimum intervention. I think not only Korean experts, but also global experts all agree on this minimum intervention principle. And this is something that requires multidisciplinary approach. And when it is inevitable to carry out repair, the intervention has to be reversible so that it does not limit future intervention. So I think we have a consensus on that. And I think for the non-Korean guest here, I think it was new information to hear that Korean people are very open to new technologies while valuing traditional culture. But I think we shouldn't blindly pursue new technologies at the same time. And with that, I would like to finish this panel discussion session.
I really appreciate all of you for being with us for the first day. This is the first day of the 2020 Stone Wood Earth ISCARSAH International Expert Workshop Scientific Seminar. I really appreciate all of you for your participation and sharing your thought. Tomorrow, we will have the second day of the scientific seminar, and we will be talking about the restoration and the repair of the 20th century architecture heritage. Thank you.